I'm looking at the chat. Is Tanya on?
Yeah.
So, okay. So we know what she wants someone else to do.
Chris has got it.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Full house.
Is Chuck going to join us?
I just resent him the invitation, so he should hopefully be here shortly.
Hello.
Hey, Chuck. Thanks for joining us.
You're welcome.
Yay. So I think we are good to go. So we will get this started. I call the October 22nd, 2020 Peninsula School District Board of Directors regular business meeting to order. I ask one of our student reps, Connor Flaherty, to please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
All right, if everybody could please stand. I pledge allegiance
To
To the flag
To the flag
the
United
of
States
the
of
United
America,
States of America,
to the republic
and
to the
for
republic
which it stands,
for which it stands,
to stand
under
one
God,
nation,
under
under
God,
God,
and
indivisible,
with
with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all. Thank you, Connor. On March 24th, 2020, the leadership of Washington's legislature issued statutory waivers and suspensions related to the Open Public Meetings Act and Public Records Act. The waivers and suspensions have been extended multiple times, most recently on Proclamation 20-28.11, which extends these waivers and suspensions until November 9th, 2020. In accordance with Proclamation 20-28.11, the Peninsula School District Board of Directors is prohibited from conducting meetings in person. Therefore, the study session will be held virtually. Prior notice has been given to the community regarding how to watch the meeting live stream online and how to listen to the meeting through the telephone. Instructions were also provided on how to provide public comment to the board. With regard to routine matters, board members have reviewed the agenda and have had the opportunity to clarify questions with the superintendent prior to the board meeting. Such matters are often processed without additional comment or debate. Again, just to reiterate that it is the board's wish to be meeting in person. It's just not prohibited at this time. So with that, before we do the approval of the agenda, I just wanted to take a few minutes from the board to recognize and thank our transportation staff and our bus drivers, our mechanics, and our transportation department staff, as well as our nutrition service staff. From the board, we thank you for all that you do for serving our students and in our community. So thank you very much. With that, are there any changes to the agenda? Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
I'll move to approve the agenda.
Thank you, Natalie.
Second,
Thank you,
second.
David. It has been moved by Natalie and seconded by David to approve the agenda. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? The motion is carried and the agenda is approved. I asked Dr. Jarvis to present the superintendent's report, as well as he will invite Assistant Superintendents Dan Gregory and John Hilwick to present as well.
Thank you, Madam President. Tonight's superintendent's report will probably be one of the more unusual that I have done because it's very, very evolving and current, even hour by hour. But I'd like to share both some background. I'd like to share some feelings as we talk, and I'd like to share a little bit of a picture of what's ahead. We've collectively and individually offered the comment that we've never done this before. The fall of 2020 is a fall to be remembered forever, and not necessarily fondly, but it has exhausted staff throughout the system as we've tried to do a number of things, but respond to a very different school system and a very different set of demands. So I want to update that in looking back for just a minute. Look back to a summer in which it became more apparent that the school system needed to open in remote fashion and probably was not going to be able to open in person. As that developed, there was an immense amount of work that was done. If I could ask Chris Hagel and his crew to stand up, I would do it in a meeting, but in this case it's virtual, so I just have to give them the work to really prepare an entire system for remote instruction. The Department of Learning and Innovation dedicated themselves to how do we get a common curriculum in our system and be able to do what's in front of us. Teachers prepared in about every way you could imagine to try to figure out what had happened in the springtime, what had been lost, what worked, what didn't work, what might work for them in the fall, and where they were personally in their health and safety and what was going to be expected. The reason I stop at that background and go there for a few minutes is that I think there's a school system worth of people that I want to compliment. I want to give the highest praise. I want to give them a heartfelt thank you, because it has put them through paces of change and unexpected things, and some expected and some dreaded and some sought after, but it continues. So I say that in two ways. On the 28th of September, approximately a month ago, we had a chance to have a second opening after the 8th of September started with full remote. On the 28th, we got to welcome our kindergarten and first grade students and some of our neediest students in the school system back, and to do that in person, to do that in learning, but to do it with face masks and with protocols and procedures that had never been used before and had to be invented. How many children could be in a classroom, what direction to walk in a hallway, what entrance to come in, how temperature was to be taken, bus drivers and the challenge to figure out how to bring kids in. And the reason I stopped there for a minute or go back to that 28th of September is the next 4 weeks have been a beautiful, beautiful witness to what our teachers can do, what our bus drivers can do, what our cooks can do, what our principals can do, what our leaders can do. We've run a full system of in-person instruction and remote for those who wanted to stay remote. We've tried to accommodate staff who needed high-risk situations or were experiencing high risk. And we've accommodated staff who needed to be with kids and figure out how to do something they hadn't done before. I want to comment, and I think John or Dan may in a few minutes, as I ask them to talk about the reopening and what we've experienced. I want to cite for a minute a comment from, I think, yesterday on a first grade teacher that said, as she had been watching the numbers, we're not going to have to go back to remote, are we? And it wasn't a slam on remote. It was simply the fact that they were experiencing the joy of being with their children in K-1. Yesterday, as the numbers keep coming in on cases for the pandemic, the state superintendent of public instruction issued a letter to the Pierce County Health Department and to Dr. Chen, who heads that department, in which the state superintendent pleaded on behalf of really 3 of the districts, Eatonville School District, Carbonado School District, and Peninsula School District are the ones with students in attending daily and doing full in-person instruction. White River, I believe, has been closely behind and has about 900 students, but we were truly leading the pack. As it became more clear that the numbers keep increasing on cases for the pandemic, and the significance of that was that it has been moving us out of the moderate area back to the high area. The understanding that we had and I had was that would probably slow us down on being able to add other grades to our K-1, but we were moving pretty much full speed ahead with our 2nd grade. And the health department was well aware that we were looking to add the 2nd grade on November 5th. We've asked the parents for their preference on remote versus in-person. And what I'm leading up to is that today we got an answer at midday today that the health department believes, and for Pierce County and Tacoma, that it is not in their wish to allow us to use our own statistics for the Peninsula, the Gig Harbor and Key Peninsula statistics, which are quite low in terms of their caseload or experience with the COVID. We would be a little bit above the very low range, but we're part of a county that's moved into the high range. So we were hoping that would assist us with the state superintendent pleading for either a waiver or a variance that would allow us to continue to serve our littlest ones and our neediest ones in person. It's become evident this afternoon that that's probably not going to happen. There will still be meetings tomorrow, and we're waiting for miracles. We're waiting for assistance that would allow us. What I'd like to say in that is that we were advised early on to try to find ways to reopen with in-person instruction, but to move carefully, slowly, and be able to judge the results. In 1 month's time, we have been able to see that when we brought back over 1,000 children into the building, there was no increase at all to ill staff or ill children or families. There was no transmission in our school district. And we believed we would get the benefit of that doubt that we had demonstrated that there was no connection to our in-person attendance and the flare elsewhere in Pierce County in the nursing homes and some of the urban settings. Today we learned otherwise. It sounds very clearly like we're going to be asked to return to remote learning for a while. And that in there, it's wrapped in the world that says it will not be mandated, but it will be stated by the health department that it is not safe for children to attend school in person at this time. With that particular background, even if there is no edict to close the school and the schools, it's pretty evident that that puts our staff and board and community in a position of what do we do? We know it's a wonderful thing for kids. We know it's worked out beautifully. I've commented to others that it wasn't just the laughter and the smiles and the watching children in. It was literally for us educators, I guess, and particularly us old educators, that joy of watching teachers and children do what they can do so beautifully. Meanwhile, our staff has continued with what we knew needed to be a backbone to the system, and that was to keep remote learning healthy and operational in case we needed to go there. So what it appears at this point is that next week, unless it changes tomorrow, unless we get some assistance from the governor's office and the state, it looks like we will be asked or expected to return to more remote learning for at least a short while. I have to be indefinite at that point because the short while would be until we get a clearance that would say we're now on a pattern that will return us to the moderate range and out of the high range. So with that, we are celebrating the K-1 and the last month and what it's done for children and staff. We've completed our plans to integrate the second grade, but we haven't had a chance to implement them. They were roughly a week away, a week and a half. So those plans will sit in full readiness. The classrooms for the second grade are set up on the model of the first and kindergarten, and they're ready to receive children in smaller groups and with social distancing. But at the same time, it appears that next week, which is for elementary schools, conference week, where children will be in school part-time and teachers will be conferencing with parents, although it will be virtual conferencing, will be a week of transition, and that will place us into a return to remote learning for at least a while. We will stand in readiness and with all of our planning to restore and return to in-person as quickly as we're permitted by the cases. I ask outright, I say as I share my frustration, this is not a choice that I believe we have that's in the best interest of the kids, but it is a choice in which you're going to have to play off health versus possible health issues versus just plain safety and risk taking. And we can't do that with our children. So I'm going to ask people to consider that in other counties, they're not taking this approach the same way. I don't doubt the sincerity of Pierce County Health Department in trying to keep people safe. I hear their frustration that when the society is opened up to movie theaters and the numbers increase as a result, then that puts schools in a position of being less able to convene in person. And it plays off the economy versus the schools. I do believe that we're reaching a point where we're going to be watching some students suffering from the fact that they're not as competent in remote learning. It's not the right mode for them. We're going to watch other children flourish in remote learning and do quite well, but it will exacerbate the equity. It will exacerbate those who are falling behind. Our list of students who have Fs or Ds in their classes is increasing well beyond anything that would normally be experienced. And we recognize that remote learning simply is not the best for many families and for any number of students. So I go on a little bit longer than normal, Madam President, but I want to introduce John Helwick and Dan Gregory, the two assistants who have worked so diligently to help with our teachers and our principals and class by class and grade by grade, prepare for running dual platform, prepare for all the things that are necessary. And I'd like people to get that full picture of really what the reopening and planning has been about, the groundwork that it's laid for the future, and really the sincere belief that we all have work to do to get schools reopened. They need to be reopened for in-person as well as option. This pandemic is going to be with us quite some time, and we hope to get the support to return to in-person as soon as possible. But if I may, for a minute, I'd like to wrap up after Dan and John talk, but I'd like to introduce the two assistant superintendents to talk about the reopening and the planning updates as of October 22nd in Peninsula School District. Dan and John, would you take it for a few minutes?
And Dr. Jarvis, we'll have time as a board to discuss what you just laid out.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Jarvis, and thank you, Madam President. And as we get started, I would just like to mention it's nice to see Ashley back as our student rep, and also have Hope, who I think subbed a few times last year, perhaps. I know I've seen her around, and to welcome Connor. We love having our students participate, so that's an awesome thing. Just to kind of set the stage for what Mr. Helwick and I will be discussing tonight, Dr. Jarvis summed it up well. We want to share with you the implementation of the return to in-person learning for our kindergartners and our first graders. We want to share with you the successes. We also want to share with you what we've learned. Chris, if you want to go to that next slide, we're kind of working through that one. So yes, we want to share our successes as well as our learnings. We did run into some challenges. We learned from those, and it will help us as we go forward. We also want to bring you up to speed and let you know what the planning processes look like for second grade, for third through fifth, and for secondary. Second grade being in a dual platform, similar to what we have at kindergarten first, and then the other two as we anticipate a hybrid model there. So we'll be covering those. We're happy to celebrate what we can. We want to let you know what we've been doing to plan, and then we will provide the opportunity to ask questions as we move forward as well. Next slide, and I believe Mr. Helwick's going to take the next slide or two.
Thanks, Dan. Thanks, Chris. So now that last week were able to identify the preferences for all of our second grade families for in-person or remote, we can look at our three grades together, and what you see is a pretty consistent pattern of how much interest there is in the two platforms, between 76 and 78% at all three grade levels for in-person, and then between 22 and 24% for remote. And so as we just heard that we're going to be planning that second grade opening at a later time, along with having our Ks and 1s go remote. But when we do get back, we would have a sizable number of students on campus, and also a pretty robust remote learning platform as well. And if they were choosing the in-person, as we've covered before, they would have to, all students would be agreeing and families would be agreeing to follow the safety protocols outlined in the reopening guide. And that includes face coverings, distancing, and health checks. And as we get into the successes, I really believe that's been going very well. I'm going to go to the next slide. So you hear sometimes in the media about, with all of these restrictions, going to school, and these would be just this awful experience, dystopian world of school. And it's really not the case. When you see the pictures coming up, and if you get a chance to visit those classrooms, you see kids who adapt to all of these different restrictions and are still enjoying school. They're still learning, and they're still having a good experience. We've found that staff in general have, the students have been enjoying the in-person, and they've been learning successfully, and that staff, as you heard from Dr. Jarvis's quote, also are really seeing that success. the dual platform allowed us to be able to also meet the needs of both staff and for parents and families who didn't feel like the in-campus or in-person experience was for them. And so sometimes that took a lot of time and trying to figure out which staff member would work on what assignment, but we were able to work through all that, and that dual platform served that very valuable purpose. So far, a great success is that we haven't had any students test positive or any staff members test positive, and that's definitely worth celebrating. We do have kids get sick, just like we have kids get sick every year, and the big difference this year is if they do go show symptoms, then they're sent home, and they come back only after one of 3 conditions is met, that they either have a positive test, a negative test, a doctor's note, or that they've been out for 10 days. And in checking with our health techs and our principals, we found that most students are back in school pretty quickly with that, either the negative test or the doctor's note. So it hasn't been, clearing out our school just because kids have sniffles and they're sent home for a long time. They get back pretty quickly. So in general, there were a lot of successes to really hold our hat on. And when we get back, we feel real comfortable with how this platform has been working. Next.
Chris, next slide. Thank you. And as we go on to the challenges and what we've learned from those, before I go there, I just would like to echo what Mr. Helwick said and what Dr. Jarvis said. Both John and I were out visiting second grade classrooms yesterday, and I did have the opportunity to stop in and check in with a number of first grade teachers and saw a few kindergarten teachers as well. And the feedback was very positive in terms of the growth they were seeing academically in their students as well as socially, as many of them have had little or no contact with grade level colleagues since March. And so just both of that academic and social growth was a highlight. And the teachers, they were fantastic. They were happy, and they were very appreciative of the opportunity for the in-person learning that they were conducting and are conducting currently. That being said, there were challenges that we ran into, however, as we implemented. And as Dr. Jarvis said, we have never done this before. So we worked through those challenges and we learned from them. A couple of those that I would highlight would be both the remote and in-person learning settings. As we adjusted staffing, we found ourselves actually pulling some of our specialists into classroom positions to staff those positions. We were a little bit short in some buildings of staffing for specialists, and we found ourselves a little bit short in terms of the remote specialist program. We wanted to provide those remote students with a robust specialist opportunity. We also found on the remote side that class sizes ended up rather larger than we had hoped for. And so those were a few of the challenges we ran into as we worked through this transition. We did study that for a couple of weeks, and we have begun to implement some solutions. On the remote side, we have talked through, and I have to tip my hat to David Brooks, who is our planning principal for Elementary School 9. We got a hold of David and asked him to help that cohort of teachers and provide administrative support. He's worked with them along with our DLI group on some different strategies as to how we will better personalize the learning for those large class sizes. Additionally, we've reviewed and made adjustments to specialist support both in our buildings for the in-person learning and remote combination with the upper grades, as well as with the 10 teachers who are teaching the 10 all remote sections of K1. We are also looking again as we consider those large class sizes in the K1 remote, especially at first grade, we are looking at how we might make some additional staffing adjustments. We want to reduce the number of times students transition from teacher to teacher, but we also want to make sure that they have the very best opportunity for the majority of the year to learn in a cohort size that will maximize their learning. Next slide, please, Chris. We thought we would share with you some of the scenes from K1. So what you see here is on the far left is one of the kindergarten classrooms from Purdy Elementary. One of the challenges we ran into that I didn't list was furniture. And so what you see there with those looks to be almost hexagonal desks that are gray were some furniture that was recently purchased. It allowed us to do the social distancing and they're adjustable, so we can use those with kindergartners all the way up through 5th graders. The lower picture there is from Evergreen Elementary, and you can see that students have tables and they have a workspace that's mostly at the center of the table, and they have a lot of room. If you look on the right-hand side, you'll see a blue basket there. And so what our teachers at Evergreen have done is they use baskets for student supplies, and that eliminates the need for students to go to their cubbies and hang their jackets and put their stuff in the cubby spots. So that was kind of a logistical move to limit student movement and have them keep from crowding around the cubby areas. And then the top picture is also from Purdy Elementary. I honestly don't know if that's a PE specialist or if that's just a classroom brain break and those students are stretching. But we do understand that we don't want them sitting. We want them moving around a little bit as well. Next slide, please, Chris. More scenes from K1. The upper left is Evergreen Elementary, and you can see a student on his way to class. You'll see the green arrows on the floor marking the direction they should be moving on either side of the hallway, and those green arrows are 6 feet apart. They've guaranteed me that they're 6 feet apart. And you see the yellow stripe down the middle, which delineates which direction students should be moving. Again, the lower picture is another classroom at Evergreen Elementary where students are working on their tables. And in the upper right-hand corner, that is Purdy Elementary, and that is our fabulous art specialist at Purdy Elementary, pushing into classrooms and working with students on their art projects. And that is another component of limiting student movement. We are not having students get up and move to the gym as a whole class or move to the art room or move to the music room. Our specialists are pushing into the classroom to limit student movement. And so we only have one adult moving from classroom to classroom instead of 12 to 20 students getting up and moving throughout the building. So we thought we would share those with you. A picture is worth 1,000 words, and there's probably many words you could assign to those, but they're pretty fun to look at, and it's fun to watch. Chris, next slide. So we're going to visit with you now a little bit about reopening and what we've done and what we've been planning beyond K1. One thing we learned is we can do this best if we have a collaborative approach with our education association and our district administrators. So what we did for 2 through 12 is we developed some advisory groups, and we really developed 4 advisory groups. We have an overall advisory group, which was focused on process and is also focused on monitoring the process, as well as setting parameters for the other groups to do their work. We have a 2nd grade group, which again is working on dual platform. And the 3 things that each of these advisory groups were given to study was timeline development, classroom logistics and walkthroughs, and student numbers and staffing, as well as delivery of instruction. The reason all 3 of those are called out specifically with the 2nd grade group is we are either complete with all of those or in the process of completing all of those. And Dr. Jarvis referred earlier to 2nd grade is just about ready to go. And we are about 2 weeks out and we're just about ready to go. And we wanted to do that intentionally to provide significant transition time for not only teachers, but for students and families and for district staff. Because what we learned in our K1 implementation was it's a lot of work to implement. And the sooner we get the word out, the better off everybody is and the better the experience is for students. You'll see the same thing for 3 through 5 hybrid and secondary hybrid. We've had those teams put together. They have not yet met yet because most of our time has been spent on getting the 2nd grade lined up and ready to go. Next slide is Mr. Helwicks. John, I think that one's yours.
Yeah, so just a little more detail on what Dan went over with the 2nd grade. We did learn a lot from our K1 experience, and we were on that tight timeline. And so we wanted to make sure the next time that we gave ourselves more time and that we learned lessons from that first experience. We started on October 8th with that advisory group that Dan mentioned, the joint PEA PSD advisory group, to lay out the calendar, to plan out all the different steps that we needed to go through. We created multiple documents to help us with checklists. and getting a lot of staff eyes on it to make sure that we got the right pieces on our checklist. Then we got our intent surveys back, and this week, if there were any that were missing, we had our administrators were calling home, trying to make sure that we got all those intents pinned down, and we're really close. I think we're less than 5 now that we're not sure what their intent is. The staff helped set up their classrooms with the distancing, sometimes with tape or getting their desks set up in the right spots. And then again, kind of a joint group with Dan and myself and some PEA leaders walked through the classrooms on Wednesday to confirm the capacity of each classroom, and had those discussions with staff and moved furniture around and worked through all that. This slide at the end still says be ready to go on November 5th, but and we would be, but now we'll just be ready whenever we're safely able to bring kids back. So now we're just going to transition to talking about, instead of the full grade levels, other students that are accessing our campus. And one of the things that we spoke with you a lot about last year was our efforts in MTSS. And that was an effort that really has been going on for many years. We used to refer to it more with the term response to intervention, or RTI, but the concept is really the same. We want solid multi-tiered systems so that first of all, we prevent students from struggling. So that's a big piece of it. But then if students do struggle, whether it's academic or social emotionally, that we have a system, not just individually, but a system to deal with and make sure that we are supporting our students. And last year, we really kind of doubled down on that effort. We had teams for every school that were working on this effort. And that effort has really been paying off this year, because in the situation that we're in with so many students learning remotely, and for some that's really been a struggle, we do have an increasing number of students who are struggling, whether we're seeing that through Fs or attendance or whatever. So each school is working with putting teams together and working to figure out ways to support those students. And one of the ways is to say, who can we invite onto campus to help support them in person, rather than trying to support them remotely if that's not working for them. So our staff, most of these have been generated by our staff, who are identifying their students in the classes that aren't being successful, and then working with administration. And then the administration's working on all the logistics, which includes transportation, which has been a real puzzle to work through. And a big shout out to transportation for really reinventing the way we run routes to make this work. And over the last few weeks, we've been bringing in a lot of students, and Dan's going to walk through some of the numbers of those and show you who's been coming in. But these students are having success on campus. The reason they were targeted, those reasons vary. It could be that they're struggling with a crowded house. It could be that they're having connectivity issues. It could be that that method of learning just isn't working for them. So it's trying to identify those students and get them on campus and get them the help they need. Next.
Thank you, John. This slide simply shows you some of the students we've had on campus outside of the kindergartners and first graders. And so as you see there, at all 3 levels, elementary, middle, and high, some of our self-contained programs for students with IEPs, over 120 students being served. Resource students who we've invited back most recently, those students with IEPs who are in a resource setting, over 250 students coming in for in-person learning between all 3 levels. Our English learners students have been served in the building from time to time, and we've had 79 of those, and then a few others. The one column that doesn't exist there that I would add is, you've seen it, Dr. Jarvis mentioned it, you saw it on John's last slide on the DNF list. We are keeping track of students who are struggling the most academically, and we are tracking those DNF lists. Several of our buildings have opened their doors, specifically at the secondary school on Wednesdays. Wednesdays in the middle of the day, there's a period of approximately 2 hours at both the middle schools and high schools that we set up as targeted student intervention support. And so they've opened up that time for general ed students who are struggling academically to come in and have that personal touch and do some of that work as well. Those numbers aren't there. They're a little more unofficial. But we'll talk a little bit more about that as we go to the next slide.
Dan?
Yes.
And I'm breaking protocol here. I know we wait to the end, but this slide brings me the most anxiety with the introduction of what Dr. Jarvis talked about with Dr. Chen, and we can talk about that in a little bit. But on this slide in particular, with if we have to proceed with the November 5th, or excuse me, whatever, October 28th date, these students as well are impacted by that in terms of not coming into the classrooms?
They are potentially, if we are able to accomplish the same thing in groups of 5 or fewer with no more than 2 adults, then we plan to continue to serve these students as much as possible, including the addition of additional general ed students who may be struggling with Ds and Fs.
How are
And
they
so
grouped now? Do they look 1 to 5 groups
They
now?
should be grouped. They should be in groups of 5 or fewer. Most of our resource classes are at the secondary level, anywhere between 10 and 12. And as they're coming in on alternate days and we're working through that, we hope we have groups that are smaller than 5. We may need to make some adjustments because as our resource students are coming in, they are also in general education classroom settings. And we've been providing social distancing in a specific location within buildings. And if we are larger than 5 in those settings, then we may have to vary how we've done that. We'll have to go back and review some of that. But I appreciate the question. We feel the need to continue to serve these students. We just may have to get a little more creative in how we're doing that.
I would agree that the majority are in 5 or smaller groups, but there are a few that are bigger than 5, but our administrators knew that this was a possibility. So they've been making plans with their staff to, if you have to make that adjustment to go to the 5 student, 2 adult rule, then they'll be ready to do it. But we think for the most part, we'll be able to serve this group here of almost 400 students.
All right, thank you. And I apologize for interrupting the presentation.
Not at all. And I was just thinking, I'll provide one example. And by example, this might illuminate how we might have to make an adjustment. One of our schools has been bringing in 15 to 20 resource students a day. They're there for 3 periods, and some of them may be going to resource classes during any of those periods in smaller groups. And when they're not in the resource classes, they have been housing them at tables in the gym. If you've ever been in there when we do testing, they are quite socially distanced. There may be more than 5, but if that's been our solution up to this point, we may just need to rethink that and select several spaces for those students to go in. What Dr. Jarvis shared today about his discussion with Dr. Chen was that he was not going to deliberate as to what larger size space would be appropriate for more kids. And so we'll adapt. We will adapt and we will make it work so that we can continue to serve kids.
There's about 460 kids on here, and we'd like to be able to expand that. And if we're going to be out for a while, we're going to need to.
Thank you for the question, though. Yes. Chris, next slide, please. And so going forward, I'm going to echo a little bit of what we just talked about. Schools at all levels have been continuing to plan on how to bring back students in various categories, such as additional students with IEPs, students with connectivity issues, and students who are struggling. The latest information may require us to revise those plans. However, it will not prevent us from finding ways to serve those students who need us most. And that's kind of that subcategory that we just went over. We will also continue to plan for the return of additional grade levels of students with the goal of having those plans in place so that we are able to implement in an expedited manner when given the opportunity. And I think Mr. Helwick referred to it earlier, and I think Dr. Jarvis may have as well. We are so far along in our planning for 2nd grade is if we have to go out with K and 1 and 2nd is still out there, we believe we can finish up all of the details so that when given the opportunity, we don't come back K1 with 2 at a later time. Right now, our discussion is around bringing back K2 at the same time. So thank you for the opportunity to share this with you, and Mr. Helwick and I are open for any questions you might have.
Okay, so I'm going to open it up to both addressing Dr. Jarvis in terms of his delivery of the news from Dr. Chen as well as the presentation for Mr. Helwick and Mr. Gregory. So would anyone like to start? Because I got a lot to say too. David, go ahead. You're
Chuck
muted,
might jump
David.
in there.
There we go.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay.
Thank
Well, first off, I have to echo what Dr. Jarvis said, how disappointing this news is. I have to applaud the K-1 teachers and their staff for doing an amazing job for the past 30 days. When I walked through the schools and toward the schools, they were very upbeat and positive, and it was clear that they were doing all they could to make it a positive experience for the kids. So I have to, hat goes off to the staff, the principals and the teachers for doing a great job. If I start to cut out, let me know and I'll get rid of my video. I think it's just my opinion. I just can't help but think the timing of this is very, very coincidental, that we've been trying to get Chris Reichdahl and OSPI to come out with giving us some leeway based on our own local numbers. And then he does that today. So soon to November 3rd. And I just can't help, that Dr. Chen didn't give us any slack whatsoever on this, knowing our local numbers are so low. Not to cut Dr. Jarvis a break and let us do this locally just smells fishy to me, especially since we have 0 cases of COVID since reopening. And the social and emotional damage that this is going to be doing our kids is just very troubling to me. It's almost odd to be discussing reopening after the news we got today. But I know you touched, John or Dan, you touched on this, on the parents that have got back to the question, to the survey. But if I understand correctly, we had 80% of our 2nd and 3rd grade parents said they wanted their kids back, correct?
That was first kindergarten, 1st and 2nd grade, and pretty close to 80, yeah.
Okay, so that's very impressive. And to me, that tells me, that echoes that people are hearing how things are going in K-1 and how well the school district and the staff are doing with this and the lessons they're learning. I think we would have been really well prepared to move forward with 2nd and 3rd grade. I would like to touch base. Let's just say we get lucky and things turn quickly. Where are we on planning? And you can't answer this, Dr. Jarvis. Dan and John, where are we on planning for 6 and 9? Is there a way to bring them back at the same time, since they're in dedicated buildings all their own? What are you doing for that?
Where we're at with that is we've had discussions with middle school and high school principals. And
Yeah.
we have a draft of a phased plan for return. And as a part of that phased plan, when we're allowed to move forward with the secondary students, the idea would be to bring back the 6th and 9th graders for several days for more of an in-person induction opportunity. And then several days after that, bring back the rest of 10 through 12 and 7 and 8 in a hybrid type fashion. So it's all part of a phased plan, and that phased plan would include the opportunity to do some specific induction work with students who are new to the buildings, being our 6th graders and 9th graders.
And while we're in,
And then, go ahead, John, I'm sorry.
just while we're in this period, we're not going to stop planning. We have planning meetings on the calendar that we're going to continue with, so that when we move down the road and we are able to move forward on a plan to bring secondary kids back, that we will have done all the work necessary to be prepared.
Okay,
And
and,
David, I'm going to give somebody else an opportunity to speak.
okay, thank you, okay.
And I'll come back to you. Other comments right now for Dr. Jarvis or Mr. Greger or Mr. Helwick? Natalie?
Sure, I do. I'm kind of all over the place. So I think we'll start with some of the easier procedural questions. You mentioned that we were a little bit maybe short on some staffing, and I just wanted to clarify that is because of the low, because of the room capacity. So our classrooms, which had a much larger in-person capacity, now are around 14 per teacher. Is that correct?
They're around an average of 14 to 15. And yes, that is kind of what puts the staffing pressure on the remote model, but we have been working to try to shore that up.
Okay. And then, so some questions have come up about specialists. Do we have specialists who are dedicated to in-person and remote, or are they doing a dual platform, or how are music and PE teachers working?
We have one specialist, we have one music specialist who has been working hard to serve the 10 remote sections. And at the same time, she was still serving one of our elementary schools partially as well. That was a bit overwhelming and challenging. Mm-hmm. And so what we did is we got together and looked at all of the specialists in the buildings and in the remote. And we looked at how do we want to staff remote? How do we make up some of the shortages that are in the buildings? And so we made adjustments. We made adjustments to reassign some folks. We're in the process of doing that right now. So it hasn't quite been completed. Caroline Antholk is working again with HR very diligently on trying to shore that up. The remote side was probably shorter than the buildings. And what we decided alongside of music, we decided to provide some STEM specialist opportunities. So all of those students get a synchronous or in-person, not in person, but in person on the screen touch with STEM once a week, as well as an asynchronous opportunity. And we're also working for something similar on art. And the reason we went STEM and art is we felt that parents and students might appreciate that more, in that, not that there aren't health and PE standards, but that might be a little easier to accomplish individually without as much guidance. And we thought they would appreciate the personal touches with the Zoom sessions with STEM and art more so than PE. As we think about adding sections, and it would be, we're planning on 5 sections of remote teaching for second grade, we would again need to make more of a specialist adjustment, because additional sections means additional specialist time and additional FTE.
Right. Okay. And then you touched on this, and I don't know if we have an answer yet, but because those in-person classrooms have such a small, student to teacher ratio, I'm still going to say if we pivot our K1 back, are they going to go back to where they were at the beginning of the year? Are we trying to keep them with the in-person teachers they have now? It seems like there would be a little disparity with the current remote workload versus the in-person class load.
I see Mr. Helwick grinning because we've had numerous conversations about this. John, do you want to summarize that?
We don't feel it'd be best to have them go back to their other teacher, and then we reopen again, and then they're back to their second teacher again. So what we'd rather do is address some of those inequities that you mentioned, and Dan outlined some of the ways that we're looking to do that, so that we can keep them with the teacher that they're currently with. And then when we reopen again, they'll be ready to, they'll be able to just stay there and be able to jump right back in. And so, yeah, there are some things that we still need to shore up, and we're working through the staffing for that, but we don't want to flip flop them too many times.
And I would just add some of the additional support. We have support in the buildings with classified staff who are supporting recess, who are standing at health check stations every morning and screening kids in. And if I'll join you in the if, Natalie, if we are required to return to full remote, we do have resources there in the form of those classified staff members, and we can choose to bolster the support in those larger classes by adding some classified support to those groups.
Great. I have much more, but I think I'll pause and let someone else go.
Okay, Chuck?
Well, I think Natalie was already hitting on a lot of the things I was concerned about too. There's at some point there's going to be a tipping point with the teachers, and you've already hit on it. Obviously, you're working on it, and you don't. I don't know what that tipping point is when we get to the bringing in the third graders. Are we, because of the student ratios, we're really going to be short on staff. How far can we go bringing in kids at 14 per class before we hit that tipping point?
Let me take that one.
I'm gonna let Art take that one.
As we experience the K1, one of the things we've heard us say over and over is we've been learning. And some of what we saw in K1 we expected, and some of it added to how do we actually make it work and make it functional. So we learned from that, and as we contemplated the second grade, we really made the decision. You heard reference earlier to planning the 3 through 5 as a hybrid. So whereas K through 2 would be what you have seen in the K1 and the basically 4 days a week, the 3 through 5 would become a hybrid. And we're working with the teachers and the staff on the different models of hybrid, but that would involve 2 sections of my class in 2 halves, if they can think of it that way, not all at once. So we can maintain a class size. We're shorting on spaces. So if we kept going on the K2, that tipping point would have us out of space and out of teachers. So we could not continue that all the way through the system. So we're really looking to the hybrid model, which also not necessarily the same hybrid model, but also a hybrid model for grades 6 through 12.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have any more questions. You guys are pretty much answering them all. Just the more the comment. When I look at the numbers, and I have it up on my other screen here, I've got the health department numbers up. Where you know, they increased the testing again. We're up to about 1,700 tests the last 2 weeks per day. And so with the increase in testing, they've got the increase in numbers again, and it's so telling. Anybody that looks at the math, that when you increase the number of tests, you're going to get the increase in the number of cases. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Chuck. Lori, we'll go back around.
Okay. I have questions written all over my paper. Just a couple of things. My main questions have been answered, but I don't want to wait till the end of the meeting to say a thank you, just a heartfelt thank you to Dr. Jarvis for your tireless efforts in advocating for what you tried to accomplish with getting the health department to consider us separately from the rest of the county. And not everyone in the community gets to see the work that goes on behind the scenes. And I know that's true of all the rest of you in the district office as well, but the board interacts most usually with Dr. Jarvis. And so just from the start, from back when you were determined to get everyone back in the classroom, and that so when I got the news today, when I heard there was news, I was excited because I thought that you had prevailed and that the news was going to be that we were going to be considered separately and able to continue safely with our young kids in person. So I was devastated, disappointed, frustrated, all those things, as we all are. And I still am, but I wanted to mention that because you have been a tireless champion for trying to get our kids back in. A quick note of just to the point of why it's so important to have them in school. I know we all got a chance to see kids in class on the first few days of school, kindergarten. We weren't in the buildings, but I saw some kindergartners outside and had a chance to talk to a kindergarten teacher who said it just is simply so awesome, even if they're going to have to go back remote, to have this month with those kids. It was so much easier to assess small learners in person and know now, you know, where they're at. So those were great things. But I'll just have one question so we can go back around. I know that everybody in the community is just hungry for specific information, most of which we don't have because the information is changing every 5 minutes. But Dr. Jarvis, can you speak to where this leaves us? I just hate for us to just go back into no man's land, but maybe that is where we are. If we have to go back remote, it's just completely indefinite, or just remind us. I know it's in the decision tree, but how that looks as far as when that might change again.
Thank you. And I'm going to try to answer that in at least 2 different ways and possibly 3, and without being confusing about it. One of the issues is pretty straightforward, and that is, given the current interpretation of the numbers and the cases per 100,000, part of the duration may be, when will we see those numbers start to decline and get us back into a moderate range and out of the high range? So that one is in the hands of the numbers and the cases, and as Chuck said, the testing. And because there's a lag time on the numbers, I think you're looking at least 20 days, 3 weeks before you would see a number that would start to say we could go the other way. So I would not anticipate, if you're strictly on the numbers, that you'd see anything inside the next 3 to 4 weeks that would change the picture. The second route is that we're watching a significant difference around the state of Washington of the health departments are in a local control. So they're county by county. And in Kitsap County, I listened to the health officer talking with the superintendents about if they had one case in a classroom that was positive, they would watch it and do the contact testing. If they had 2 cases in Kitsap County, they would ask that classroom to be closed for at least a 2-week period. If they had 2 classrooms in a school, they would close that school for a short period. But it was in direct response to positive cases, not in terms of countywide statistics. So the second avenue I would propose is that we need to advocate strongly. You as board members, the WASDA, the school superintendents, myself, more than I've probably ever done in my life, our kids are depending on our advocacy to say this is not, when the numbers are such as they are for Peninsula right now, that there's such a staggering difference between our local community and the county. We need to look at a different way. If I may, for just a second, I want to read from part of Chris Rakedahl's letter to Dr. Chen. In addition, we are asking that the Tacoma-Pierce County Health Department use local district-specific measures rather than countywide metrics. We had an expectation that public health and local superintendents would be the experts on the ground to differentiate case count impacts on various more remote parts of the county. In the interest of our students, families, and school staff, we are requesting that Tacoma-Pierce County Health Department make these waivers available as soon as possible. I think that question needs to be continued to be explored. My understanding is there are conversations underway, and they'll be underway tomorrow with the state health department, with the state superintendent of public instruction, for who wrote this letter, with the leaders in the legislative, and that there is very definite consideration to say this is not working when you see different parts of the county, and we're 5 miles apart from South Kitsap, operating under different rules on the same peninsula and the same, really the same numbers that we're seeing. So I think a second way has to go in terms of there is a different way of approaching when kids are coming and we're adding more kids to the list versus when we're looking at a flare-up and having to remove kids from school. So that's the second way. The third way really is somewhat buried in that second one, but it has to start with the will of the people to open their schools in the state of Washington. It has to be something that says, I understand the economic distress, but if the governor opens the movie theaters, if the governor opens the bars, if the governor opens the restaurants, and that causes the numbers to go up, those same numbers are being used to keep schools closed. So there has to be a third set of, at the state level, when and how are we going to get our schools open and keep them open? It's too important to kids to lose major blocks of our kids for a year or 2 or 3 years, depending on how this thing goes. So that's a long-winded answer, but if we stay just straight with the number and we wait for it to go back to moderate, I think we are looking at least probably a 3 to 5 week period and possibly longer. If we look at interpretations and how the county may approach it, I would hope there will be conversations taking place in Pierce County between the health department, the health board, the school district directors, WASDA, and others saying this is too important to have that kind of variance. And thirdly, that we really need to have a concerted effort to get schools open for kids. How's that for a long-winded answer to a question? I don't even know if I answered it, Lori.
Oops, Lori, she may be frozen.
I may have lost Lori in that long answer.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll get Lori back, but I'll try to make my comment brief and then questions to follow. But I guess my initial reaction to this is I'm more than disheartened. I'm maddened. I'm ticked off that this is happening because our area has done so well with our numbers. We're down in the 40s, like Dr. Jarvis mentioned. And to pull our kids back out is going to do more harm than good with this whole situation. And to echo what Lori said, I appreciate what Dr. Jarvis has done and our district has done. We're one of the only districts our size that have been able to do this and do it successfully. There's been a couple of things said tonight that I would just like to reiterate or to say it in a different way. We said it was a wonderful opportunity or a wonderful experience to have our kids back in. It's not wonderful, it's necessary. Our kids need to be back in school. I heard that our kids are adapting in first and kindergarten. They're not adapting, they're thriving. I mean, kids have their masks on, they're doing great. We are doing this well, we're doing this great. Our teachers are engaged, our families are happy, our kids are learning, both in person and remotely. And then the other comment that was made is, we're going to start watching our kids struggle. We're not going to. We already are. Our kids are struggling remotely, and this is not the right answer. So to Dr. Chen, I will be an advocate. I've already been on the phone with him. His phone number is 253-798-6500. Give them a call, let them know that Peninsula School District would like to be back in its schools like we have been. So I will hope that it's an if, but we'll see. I'm sorry, I'm upset, but this is not the direction that we need to be going. I would like to know, Dr. Jarvis, are other counties, are they looking at the situation regionally versus their entire county, or is it just Pierce County? Do you know?
The only ones I don't know on the other side of the state. I do know our neighboring, as I've sat in on our other Peninsula and Peninsula-wide school districts, each is working with their health department, but their health departments, I guess from my interpretations, I've watched some of those meetings, they're working together to try to figure out how to keep kids in school. And the flare that's taking place right now in numbers appears to be somewhat nationwide. Many states are seeing a flare, but because we're a local control state, as far as the health departments, each one is really up to that local health board and that local health officer. And I'm sure that's causing great stress and anxiety in some of those places on what's the right policy and how to balance safety. But I've talked to, I'm mentoring a superintendent down in Lewis County and Thurston County, and they're at a much higher rate right now than we are, but there's no discussion of closing the schools or removing kids. So I think what we're watching is fairly unique to Pierce County, and part of what makes it unique is that there are only 3 or 4 of us school districts that actually, in all of Snohomish County, King County, and Pierce County, most have not been able to find a way to reopen and get kids back in the schools yet. So there are less of us being impacted by this particular decision, other than you're hearing school districts announce that they may not reopen with students in school until 2021 or 22.
Yeah. Well, we have been bringing our kids back, and we have been doing it successfully, so much that other districts are coming to learn from us. So bravo to us, and very upsetting that we have to go a different direction if that's the case. With that said, a couple questions, and then I guess one more comment. I appreciate, Dan and John, the comments about keeping kids at least intact with their teachers they have now, creating stability for our kids. In and out of school is one thing, but to switch teachers is very difficult. So I appreciate that. You're keeping that. Good thoughts on that. My question is, I love the advisory committees. I love that that's working. I love that I was at the high school today. Things are already like taped up and arrows, and we're really getting prepared. And we've learned a lot and are doing that. The advisory, you say you have PEA representatives, which is fantastic. Do you know if those teachers that are on these advisory committees, do they have a way of communicating back to the other teachers so that, one, teachers know that they were involved in the process, all teachers know that teachers were involved in the process, and 2, that they have the information so they are feeling more confident and more comfortable that we are doing the work to keep them safe?
I think that was one of the.
Go ahead, John.
And then let Dan talk. I think one of the advantages of going much earlier this time, getting started on October 8th with the 2nd grade group, and then making sure we do the same with the others, is that it does give the reps time then to go back, meet as they have a rep council meeting. They are in communication with their members, and they're representing their members. So I don't know it super well, but I believe I would be representing them by saying, yes, they have a system for getting the input from their members.
And I was just gonna add,
And also communication back.
Yeah.
That communication's getting back to them. Okay, I just want to make sure that their voices are heard and they're all feeling involved.
I would add that 2nd grade, it was probably less critical, although still critical, because we've seen K1 in action. Dr. Jarvis referred earlier to the hybrid and how we figure the hybrid out. Those advisory groups were tasked with 3 things: developing a timeline, understanding the logistics of the building in terms of classroom max, and then delivery of instruction. And I think as we go forward with 3 through 5, and then again 6 through 12, that communication back and forth between those representatives and the teacher leaders and the site teams and the SIP teams, I think that will be a very interesting process. That one is going to require quite a bit of input. So we're looking forward to that one, because 2nd grade, quite frankly, was a little easier. Working through that hybrid model may be a little more challenging, and we will need input.
Okay. I guess I like the verbiage of when we're given the opportunity to bring the kids back in versus bringing them back when it's safe. We're bringing it back. We've brought them back into a safe environment. They're wearing masks, they're social distance. So I like the verbiage of when we're given the opportunity, because right now our hands are tied with the Pierce County Health Department. It's not our choice. And I really hope that, and this is from the NPR, not me, but that we start discussing the risks of opening K through 12 versus the risk of keeping them closed. I think that discussion needs to change very soon. that more harm is being made to our students by not coming and having them in. And then I'll circle back to other people, but one of my comments at the end of tonight, and I don't know if it'll, people will still be on at that time, but while I apologize for myself being passionate right now, when I get off this call and I have to go to my kids and let them know, I will put it in a very positive light, because I appreciate our parents. They have to be the ones that help their kids through this the most. And when we deliver this message to our kids, we need to give them the best opportunity. And so I know it's going to be tough discussions with our kindergarten and first grade parents, but please, for them, put it in the most positive light that you can. They will still be learning, just looks different. So David, I know I said I was going to go back to you. Or anybody else.
I sent a little chat. I briefly, wouldn't mind hearing from, before I give my next round, I wouldn't mind hearing from Hope and Connor and Ashley, just to see what their thoughts are.
Thank you, David. That's great. So Hope Flanagan is here for Tyson Brent tonight at Peninsula High School. And then obviously Connor Flaherty from Gig Harbor High School, and Ashley Phillips from Henderson Bay. Thoughts about what you've just heard?
I'd like to say something. I think it's, hearing the news about the kindergartners and first graders having to go back to remote, it's really disheartening. But at the same time, seeing those photos of the kids in the classrooms is also so encouraging, because I feel like it's definitely hard as seniors to realize that we're kind of the last ones that are going into schools, but to see these students back in the classrooms is really encouraging, and it's kind of motivation for us too, to know that you guys are working so hard to help us get back into the classroom. So thank you guys just so much for all the work that you are doing. It is so appreciated.
Thank you, Hope. We will keep working at it, especially for your seniors. Connor, you have any thoughts?
I'm kind of on the same wavelength as Hope there. Obviously, as a senior, knowing that we're not the ones that are like most important. Obviously, it's the little ones who can't really have the same. We can't. Well, obviously, we have more like self. I'm not sure how I'm supposed to put it, but we're able to take care of ourselves a little bit more than the others and than the younger ones. So obviously being able to see them going back into kind of a normal-ish kind of learning environment is pretty encouraging for us. Just kind of stick with it. We'll all get through this, and eventually we'll be able to make it back to a normal education system.
Thanks, Connor. And you're very important. Ashley? Any thoughts right now?
It's definitely sad to hear, because Henderson Bay was just starting to get back to bringing kids in, and I know kids are really excited about that, and just to see each other's faces even from a distance and getting to see the teachers again. And I know it's really good for kids to be able to catch up on work and be in a quiet space, but I know we'll get back there eventually. But it's just very, very sad that we have to go back to online learning.
Okay. I think we lost you, Ashley. You're muted, hun. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Sorry.
That's okay. I think you're cutting out a little bit. There we go. Other questions for Dr. Jarvis, Mr. Hellick, or Mr. Gregory? Lori?
Well, I apologize. I got kicked out of the meeting for several minutes, so this may have been asked, and that will be embarrassing. So I apologize. I was out. I just heard the tail end of what you were saying, Deb. I am extremely concerned, as I know we all are, but just extremely concerned about the toll this is going to take on students of all ages. I feel that we're well past, and it just continuing to get deeper into a bad place of, social, emotional, all kinds of things that need to be, kids need to be in school. Having said that, I know that there are just tons of outraged, disheartened to outraged community members and parents, and I totally understand that. And the question is, again, if this has been answered, just then go on. But how, Dr. Jarvis, how can community members advocate for this cause? Do you suggest persons go directly to Dr. Chen's office with emails and phone calls? Do you have suggestions? Did you already talk about that?
In part, but I think in specific answer to the question you're asking, certainly the Board of Health is the group that sets the policy for Tacoma Pierce County Health. As I have as superintendent, board of directors, Dr. Chen also has a board of health that's appointed and elected for Pierce County. So that's one of the avenues that you would have available to you. I think that Chris Reichdahl and the State Superintendent of Public Instruction Office at large, they are well aware of the inequities and some of what's going on. They're admiring the strong remote program that's been put together, but they recognize also some very, very significant gaps. And so another place to go and certainly give them support and encouragement to take that fight is that they have a bully pulpit to a certain extent at the state superintendent's office to work with the legislature, to work with key leadership, to work with the governor's office. And that really is the issue of we've got to get this disjointed policy put into a place that, I guess my suggestion earlier, we have to have the commitment that schools are not something that reopen when this is all over. Schools must be operating. We've demonstrated that we can operate safely and with all the proper protocols. I really wanted John and Dan to have a chance to share what they were putting together, because it really shows how much work has gone into doing something we've never done before, but make it work for kids. And so we need more commitment at the state level. And the governor, I know, gets pushed and pulled in 1,000 different directions, but all the way from the governor's office down through the legislature, through the health department, we need help saying that opening the schools, getting kids back in is a priority. We can make it safe for our staff. We watched our staff respond. I couldn't say enough positively. We had teachers who weren't sure whether this was going to be safe or how it was supposed to work. They joined in. They helped figure out the problems, and we learned a lot from our K-1. So I would just say that the main place to go is to look at our leadership, county, state, education, health, policymakers, and keep running this message by that every day our kids, think of kindergarten. If I may, there was a letter that came from a parent that I want to paraphrase. She said she couldn't say enough about when her kindergarten child comes home from school, she talks incessantly about the classroom and the teacher and what she learned, and was so excited that she wouldn't stop talking. But when she did stop talking, this mother's third grader started to cry because she wants to be in school. And I use that not for the drama or the emotion, but the reality that the kids have a place. They have staff members who are wonderfully willing to work with them and figure out how to trod new territory. But we have to get something beyond just these numbers out there that are broad numbers, indicate that you can't open school, and therefore you can't use any of the tools we have any of the resources to help kids. So Lori, thank you for asking the question. I didn't mean to use it as a soapbox or a podium, but I think there's a lot that people can do, and recognize that it's people floundering, wondering what they can do. Find ways to connect our teachers in our schools with our kids, and the rest of it can fall to us to figure out how to put arrows down and desks and the right tables and get the right help. And we'll all work on the pandemic and good practice. But in this case, the kids who are being sent home are not kids who transmitted. They're not kids who are sick. There's nothing they have done other than they're being sent home because somewhere in other parts of our world, the numbers are rising, and none of us want to jeopardize our kids. So thank you, Lori, for asking.
Thank you, Dr. Jarvis.
Can I answer just a little bit?
Yep.
Derek Young is the vice chair of Pierce County Health Department. So you can contact your local 7th District representative, Derek Young, and put pressure on him.
Thank you. David, you're muted.
Yeah, I'm back. I had to reboot my router. Well, first off, I just want to say I think all of us are upset, disappointed, pissed off. And so I don't think you, Madam President, need to apologize for your passion, because I think we all feel the same way you do. So I know I'm outraged at Dr. Chen. I've talked to him on the phone multiple times over the past couple months, expressing my concern about the social emotional damage this could be doing to our students, the failing grades that we're seeing, the stories like Dr. Jarvis just talked about. They're all really disheartening whenever we have so much positive going on. This I just see as such a setback. And I honestly, just after having multiple conversations with Dr. Chen about these other issues, I honestly don't think he cares. I just think it's his way or the highway. And I reached out to County Executive Danmeyer today, a couple of other county council members today, to see if they could weigh in. I also called State Representative Caldier. She told me her hands are tied, unfortunately, because of what's going on in the makeup in Olympia. I reached out to multiple people today to see what we could do. And I just don't, I don't know. I just, I'm really, really disappointed that we're not being given the grace as a very experienced staff with Dr. Jarvis, you know, when has been a superintendent since the telephone was invented, and John and Dan and Karen and everyone is just, you know, we have the capabilities to make this work.
So David,
David,
I think as
yes,
a board, I think we can figure out what we can do to advocate that in the different groups. So let's do that.
What I'd like to say, Dan made a comment a minute ago about if, and so I'd like to just sort of, I know Dr. Jarvis mentioned that there might be another conversation tomorrow with Dr. Chen. At what point are we going to have to tell the parents that the kids are having to go back full remote? I mean, because right now it doesn't sound like we're at that point yet, if there's still an if. So when will we know about the if?
Short answer is from this point forth, we're announcing that we're in essence, the health department is saying that they would not support us in staying open. So we have to plan to revert to full remote. When I say that, I want to add, and you saw in Dan and John's report, we're going to continue to have small groups of 5, and we'll use that to every extent possible. So we're not trying to cut that off. We're actually going to be extending that and expanding that. But our plan is that next week will be the conference week for teachers and parents to conference. So we need to communicate during that conference time with parents this coming week that about how to make this transition and how to make it work for the children. So we're really needing to announce from this point forward that we will be doing that next week, barring something that says we can continue what we're doing. The easiest thing to do right now would be to continue moving forward. If we got late word, we can reverse that and keep going without having to shut down those classrooms. The harder thing to do would be to wait even a few more days and then not have the time to switch over. So that's a long way of saying, David, that we're having to announce tonight that it looks like we're headed for remote learning with our K1 and not able to bring them in.
As of October
Okay,
26th?
That would be after next week. So next week would be part-time attendance during those conference days. And then the following Monday would be a return to remote for KN1.
November 2nd.
November 2nd. Thank you, John.
And then the last thing I'd like to ask is if that's going to be the case, and you made a comment, it could be a month or longer, who knows at this point. How's this going to impact our transportation staff and paras and other staff if the kids are all back full remote in a week or a week and a half? How's that going to impact transportation, and what would be the plan for all those?
So I'm going to ask Karen if she's on. She can answer part of that. But the short term is that we've set up our elementary runs now based on the K1 and the anticipation of the second grade. So we've bid those routes. We would try to retain those bids, but obviously they wouldn't be running those routes. Karen and the transportation crew and the dispatchers would make the adjustments to be able to run the buses to help out with the small groups of 5 or less. Karen, I see you on. Would you share how we go about with the bus drivers?
Yeah, we will still be running routes for the small groups, and I think we'd have to look at what we're doing currently for the K1, but we still have we have the 2 through 5 small groups, so we still have routes that we'll be running. So we'll be looking at that and figuring out how we would have to make adjustments. We might have to make some adjustments, but I'm hopeful that we wouldn't have to make a lot.
Thanks, Karen. We have a lot of meeting ahead of us, so I don't want to cut someone off in terms of questions that they have right now. If there's anything pressing, bring it up now. If not, we can follow up with everyone.
I'll hold mine for the end, for comments at the end.
Okay. With that, okay.
That concludes my report, my superintendent's report. Thank you, Madam President.
Sure, that was your favorite one ever.
That one will go down in history.
Yeah, thank you. And this was new news to the boards as of today with the district. So lots of questions. So thank you for being patient, everyone. I move to our comments from our student representatives. I'll start with Ashley from Henderson Bay. I'd love to hear your thoughts about Henderson Bay right now. And there you go.
Henderson Bay is trying to get their Interact Club back and running. So we're doing a meeting next week to figure out all the final details of how that's going to work with the remote, and hopefully have it going by the beginning of next month. So I'm excited for that. And we also have started these like small breakout groups, and it's like dig deeper into something that you are really passionate about or want to learn more about. So like I know one of the groups is like about mental health, and it's like how you can help it, and like what are issues for like that teenagers are facing. And it's just really cool that small groups that kids can talk to each other and plan a big impact. That's our big things that we're doing right now.
Excellent. Okay, good. Thank you. Those small groups sound very interesting. Thank you for sharing that. Connor from Gig Harbor High School. And you're on mute. There we go. Oops, you're still on mute. Can't do it. Hope, let's try with you first, and then we'll go back to Connor. Hope from Peninsula High School in for Tyson tonight.
Yeah, so we're trying to get a lot of stuff going at Peninsula right now, just trying to give students as many opportunities as they can to try and get involved with our school. So last month we held our first ever virtual assembly, a little welcome back assembly, and we had our ASB introducing themselves, some highlights for football, just trying to highlight lots of different students at our school. Currently, Peninsula and Gig Harbor are both participating in a fundraiser for the American Cancer Society. It's called United for a Cause, and the two schools are competing against each other, trying to raise the more money, and the losing school's principal is going to get pied in the face. So hopefully Peninsula is going to win. We just finished our senator elections. So back in the spring, we were able to elect ASB executives and junior senators and sophomore senators. And we had one junior senator position open as well as freshman senators. So we were just able to fill the rest of those. So it's really nice to have more students involved with ASB. Also, we added a new thing this year to our ASB leadership. We are starting homeroom representatives. So now that we have this awesome day on Wednesdays for homeroom to meet with our classes, we're gonna use these representative positions to just really encourage more students to get involved, and hopefully be able to spread information better to students as well. And also, clubs are back open at PHS. We have HOSA Club is meeting, and Speech and Debate Interact Club is meeting, and Key Club. And we just had Lunch Staff Appreciation Week at Peninsula, and we made some posters to hang up for the lunch staff. And so that was a nice surprise for them to walk in and see kind of posters all over the lunchroom, just saying thank you for everything that they are doing right now. And then our leadership classes are really working hard to try and reimagine lots of different events for the students, especially Winterfest is a big fundraising event that we're going to have to miss out on this year. So finding ways to work around that, doing auctions for silent wreaths, and really just trying to reimagine and be creative. So thank you.
Oh, thank you. That's so amazing. Way to adapt and way to thrive, actually. Good job. Okay, Connor, can you get on? There we go.
Okay, I'm doing this from my phone because my computer in front of me does not want to work.
That's
so,
okay.
As Hope had previously stated, we have a United for Cancer drive that ends tomorrow. So if you haven't donated yet, either Gig Harbor or Peninsula, probably you should do Gig Harbor if you're cool. But that ends tomorrow. As for leadership, they're obviously trying to coordinate opportunities for students to interact. As unfortunate news, we're having to, cut back on the K1 students, but we're, as the information I received earlier, like this week, they're trying to get students to interact with groups less than 5. And we're trying to make videos to replace assemblies for Veterans Day and breast cancer awareness. Those are the two big things that they're trying to work on. As for sports, the WIAA has opened coaching windows for high schools to allow their teams and coaches to do workouts from September through December, roughly. So Gig Harbor teams have started to work out, do primarily conditioning activities with the COVID precautions to make sure that we're able to, adhere to the guidelines. And so approximately half of our team sports are presently holding workouts, and heard great things about that. But I don't think any of them have gotten shut down. Great time getting prepared for the upcoming seasons, hopefully. And a couple other events that are happening is that the NHS new members have been announced. So hopefully they've been contacted if you were accepted into the National Honor Society for Gig Harbor. And a couple of senior events that are happening is the Trunk or Treat, which is happening tomorrow at Zamel, as well as the senior girls Powder Puff football game, which is also happening at Zabel tomorrow. So those are kind of the big things that are happening at Gig Harbor. Yeah.
There we go. Thank you, Connor, so much. Glad you were able to get back online. Super excited to hear about everything going on in our schools. Again, the kids make it much better. I'm already in a better mood. Thank you very much. With that, I will move on to comments from the community. There were no public comments submitted for tonight. So we'll move on to our district reports. We have a report from Department of Learning and Innovation, and I believe Melissa and potentially Chris Hagel have news for us. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you, board members. We're happy to be in front of you, and we have some exciting things to share. Not as exciting as what you've already heard, but some good work, good stuff, and all the work that continues as we continue to support teachers, administrators, and of course, especially our students and our parents. I want to give you an update on some adoption committees and the work that we're doing. This week, we finally have a recommendation from the K-5 STEM Adoption Committee to bring to you. We're going to bring it to IAC, and then we'll bring it to you for the November 12th board meeting for the first read. We'll have parent preview opportunities, and we're working on what that'll look like exactly. And then we'll bring back all of the information to you and ask for approval, final approval at the December 10th meeting. So that's K-5 STEM. We've been working on that for, oh gosh, about a year and a half. I will say that Ashley Ortenzo, who is the instructional facilitator that leads that, has just done a masterful job of taking that through the interruption of COVID and the work that she's done. And the committee members have dedicated hours and hours of time to review the materials, to look at the rubrics, to have thoughtful conversations, and just to bring the very best that we possibly can to our K-5 teachers. So I'm so proud and so pleased with that work. Another adoption that we have is our secondary or our grades 6 through 12 social studies. That one is in process. We started it at the end of last year, picked it back up again, and the plan is to bring that to you for board approval in late spring of 2021. The adoption process that we use is a more lengthy process, and it really focuses on not just what the resources are, but what do we believe about this particular curriculum in our district? You know, what do we believe about what social studies looks like? And because it's 612, it's a large breadth of grade levels and different topics. We look at rubrics, we compare it to how does it align with standards. And so it's a thoughtful, longer process that is a committee made of teachers from every school, every content area, every grade level, and administrators. So it is a well-vetted process, and I want you to feel, I hope you feel very confident when we bring our recommendation to you that there's been a lot of time and effort and thought into that. So that's K-12, 612 social studies. And we've just started with our high school science. We just started with that. And our target date for board approval on that is January of 2022. All right, so that's the adoptions that we're looking at. I wanted to give you an update on it's got a very long title, our Wednesday afternoon district-wide job-alike collaborations. It's a new format that we have brought forth this year. In the past, we used our PSD Learns. We'd had a very successful structure in place for 3 years, and that was after schools, one time a month, we would offer a multitude of classes based on what teachers had asked for, also opportunities for groups to meet like our adoption committees. And we're not doing that now, obviously, because that was all in person. So what we're doing on Wednesday afternoon is providing a district-wide platform for all teachers to meet together in job alike. And it's 90 minutes each week. It starts with what we call a launch. And we have a brief video that will usually introduce the topic of conversation for that particular session. There are different topics that we've discussed. We've had feedback, we've had formative assessments, digital citizenship. We always have some opportunity for teachers to learn more about using Zoom, especially breakout rooms, and also continuing to learn more and more about Schoology and how we use that, that platform to best support teachers, but of course to support students and our parents as well. Every time we meet, there's an opportunity for what we call WIN time, which is what I need, W-I-N. And that's an opportunity for teachers to work together in partners and triads by themselves in breakout rooms on a variety of topics that we have offered up as different choices and things that they'd like to work on as well. We start with something worth knowing and something you want feedback on. And I have been in a number of different groups. I go into groups every week. And I have to say that may be my favorite part of the entire week, because teachers are so excited to share discoveries they've made and things they do. And their peers are listening, and they're asking questions and saying, show me how to do that. And can you put that in Schoology? So I think it's a great opportunity to mine the incredible wealth and talent and experience that we have in the district from our teachers. And it's wonderful to see them being able to support each other. It's an opportunity that we've not had to go beyond our department and beyond our school and to collaborate across the district. So we're very, as a department, I'm very, very happy that we have this opportunity. We do use this time to model effective remote strategies, instructional strategies. We, again, have the shared knowledge of all the teachers, and it really is our professional learning time now, and it's the way that we'll be handling that. I have a commitment not to pull teachers out of the classrooms for any kind of professional learning, because that classroom time, regardless if it is in person or on Zoom, is the most important work that we have in front of us. And so we're going to be very protective of that time and making sure that we're not pulling teachers away from that. So that's our job-alikes, we call them. And I think they're going well, and we get feedback. When we, at the end of the agenda or the meeting, all participants are asked to fill out a survey, and then the next day, a group of multidisciplinary ESC members meet, including student services. So we have EL, we have high cap, of course, special ed, and DLI, and looking at what did the feedback tell us, and that's how we plan the next session. So they aren't pre-planned from the beginning and we're just pulling them out of a file. It really is incredibly reactive and responsive to what teachers are saying they need and what they'd like help with, and just the suggestions and ideas they have. So it's a structure that will continue to evolve like everything does, but it's important for us to be able to support our teachers and to be responsive to their needs. All right, that's my part. I think Chris has some things to share too.
Sure. So with the news we got earlier and kind of what we, as always, expected, we've been working really hard on internet access for every family in the district. We have deployed approximately 500 hotspots out to families in the school district. We have about 75 left in stock, so we're happy that at least that supply chain is still working for us. We're not as lucky on the Chromebook side at the moment. We're still awaiting orders that we placed back in May. So there's been some things happening in China that have caused that to slip a little bit, but our hotspots are working as well as can be expected. The thing that we're seeing now is not the families that don't have internet, but that may have Comcast or CenturyLink and mom and dad working at home and 2 to 3 to 4 kids, and even their household internet is not enough. And so we're actually having to provide hotspots into families now that that had what they thought was reasonable internet access. And so those are the ones that we're kind of seeing come in a little bit more right now. I think we've even had 20 requests this week. So we're still putting them out as fast as we get them, but we're kind of at a good point right now. Some of the other things we've been trying to work on or investigate this year, we've had a lot of conversations about the possibility of even lighting up our own private LTE cell phone networks in some areas on the Key Peninsula. Unfortunately, those have a range of about 3/4 of a mile, and we really need them to go about 1.5 miles. And so we're kind of, there's just not the community sites, the public sites out on the KP that we could run those off of. And so, just off of our buildings alone, we can't. And we've even looked, Chuck, at fire stations and other places, and we're just not going to get within that 3/4 of a mile range. We just can't hit some of those neighborhoods and some of those houses that we really need to. So we have very few that we're still struggling with. Families, I mean, the schools have done a really nice job of coming up with solutions. There's some really great community organizations that have done some things out on the KP. KP Community Council, I think, is working on some stuff. But they've been working hard. Some of the groups out on the KP, the Y, and some others are getting these kids something so they have internet. We're also even trying to get ourselves into the public beta for Starlink. So if you've ever heard of that, that's SpaceX's new satellite internet. The first school district in the country got pulled online this week. So if any of you happen to have any kind of connections at SpaceX, it'd be awesome if you could put them in touch with me. We have a vendor that is trying to get us into that program, a vendor that we do work with. So that would be a great trial for some of these families, because that's looking really promising in the district that just fired them up this week down in Texas. Last year, through our E-rate process, we did put through a bid to install our own district fiber network to all of our schools. We awarded a bid last year, or you did, probably right before COVID happened or started, so around February. We recently just got our approval from the federal government, so they are now going to pay half. We expected that, but we got the final paperwork, so we've begun all of the walkthroughs in all of our sites. They're in the process of permitting with the county. I have also been in many meetings with them and the county, hoping to get the county to partner during this construction process, that maybe they want to provide some sort of backhaul broadband connectivity out on the KP and throughout the Gig Harbor community as a whole. I've stepped out of those conversations because we don't want to jeopardize our federal funding, but they have been in touch and they are in touch. So hopefully something might be happening. If you haven't seen also the broadband survey that's happening out on the KP, I would encourage everyone to please get that filled out. That group that's working on that out there is doing a really nice job. They've had a lot of really good conversations with some possible partners and possible organizations that might be able to come up with some sort of idea out there for helping those families on the KP who struggled for many years with internet connectivity. So anybody living on the KP, I encourage you to please make sure you get that filled out and tell all your friends and neighbors as well. Like I said, we're all of our students that need devices have them right now. Some of them are fairly old, but and we do have 1,000 of them on order. But like I said, they've been on order since the middle of May. So last we heard, we may get them in December. So we're doing the best we can. We're running out of, as kids start to break Chromebooks, we do our best to fix them and get them back, but we're getting low. So hopefully we can handle that throughout the month of November, and we'll be able to survive in when we do get the new ones in. That will replace all the 9th graders Chromebooks, because they have had them for 4 years now. So they'll be getting new Chromebooks sometime, hopefully before winter break. Last thing is, could be expected this year. Our department has doubled the workload that we normally do in a regular school year. So I want to commend everybody in our department for doing a great job and doing the best they can to help parents and students and grandparents and the nanny or whoever else is calling in to help. So they've really been working hard and really been doing a great job. So I want to thank our team for that. And as Dr. Jarvis kind of mentioned earlier, and we're now starting to really get into some of the work supporting capital projects as well. With some of the new schools coming online, there's a lot of technology work that goes into that as well. So that's adding to the workload this year, but that is the part that feels normal. So I think people kind of like that part. So with that I'll wrap up on my comments.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hagel. Ms. Weisner, any questions?
Just one comment.
Yep.
Sorry.
Chuck?
For that broadband survey, people just need to go to the Key Peninsula Community Council website, and there's a link there that takes you to the monkey survey for that. So I encourage everybody to please fill that out.
Thank you, Chuck. David?
Yeah, thank you. I agree with Chris, everybody in IT. You guys have all done a great job in that department. The 500 hotspots, Chris, and the 1,000 devices that you've ordered, were those paid for from the grant from Pierce County?
It's a mix. Part of it is from the CARES Act funding from the county. Part of the hotspots will be a reimbursement grant from OSPI as well. So
Okay.
there will probably be a few that we may have to cover out of our budget, but very few. Most of them will be covered by the Pierce County money. Yeah.
I know that, when I'm forced to use my own personal hotspot, the data cost for my cell plan goes through the roof because of that. What about the data cost? Giving them a hotspot's one thing, but running the data for them to do their Zoom meetings every day, how are we tracking that cost? And is that also being paid for by OSPI and the grant?
Yeah. So
Or
the state, and not even OSPI, somewhere else in the state, the people that negotiate contracts, I think it's GSA, negotiated a contract for schools with Verizon for hotspots and a fixed cost with unlimited data this year. Something we hadn't had before. It's a significant discount on our previous costs with Verizon. So we're paying about 30% of what we used to pay on that unlimited data plans. So we did get a great deal thanks to GSA making that contract available. And I think that was actually in Oregon and Washington teamed up to pressure Verizon on that one or bargain with them a little bit. So,
Awesome.
Yep.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I just had a quick question actually from Melissa. I wanted to know if I forgot what the name was of the program where the teachers are able to ask questions and share feedback again, but wondering if we could have a glimpse at what some of those feedback sessions look like. I just would like to see what the challenges are and what the answers are and how teachers are helping each other out, and if we're seeing a trend in common challenges or solutions. I would just be curious to see what's brought up in those meetings.
Yeah, we'd be happy to share that data with you. And it's the whole name, the name that its mother calls it is the Wednesday afternoon district-wide Java-like collaboration. And we just call it Java-likes now.
Java-lite as in like
Java-like.
copy?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Alike. Yeah. Like, so the algebra teachers meet together or the world history teachers meet together and yeah.
Got it. Okay. And just thank you to both of you. Actually, I know that you have been doing business as usual and then some, as is our entire staff. I know you've been in the spotlight, both of you, and we are so appreciative of your efforts.
Thank you. Thanks for all of your work as well.
Lori, did you have any questions? No, you're good. Melissa, I've heard a lot about the job alike from teachers and they think it's fantastic. So thanks for putting that together and continuing that on. Quick question on the curriculum adoptions. So per our board policy, we have parents involved also in that process of vetting the curriculum. You mentioned several people, but I didn't hear parents, but are parents being brought in for that?
They'll be brought in for the preview. So they'll be looking at the materials that we have and they'll be able to, and not just, we're not just going to lay things out. Obviously, it'll be done virtually. So we're looking at what is the best way to present. Most likely, Ashley will walk parents through the pieces, because just to look at a bunch of books doesn't really tell you the depth and breadth of the program. So there'll be more explanation for that. And we'll be looking at their feedback as well.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes. We'll bring all of that to you.
Good. And yeah, I guess I echo what everyone else said. Thank you for, in the midst of everything else going on. Thank you to both of you for continuing to grow and improve our educational services that we're providing for our kids. So thank you very much. David?
Yeah, since you mentioned curriculum, I just wanted to ask Melissa. I know oftentimes when there's parent groups in schools or whatever, you get the same parents that volunteer, every time. So you only get their input. Sometimes they have their own agenda or whatever. How can we make sure that we get a broader swath of parents? Because, we live in a diverse community. I want to make sure that everyone gets a fair shot at it and not just a select few parents, so how do we make sure that happens?
Thanks, David. That's a great question. And that's important that we hear as many parent voices as possible. In the beginning, so we've done it with social studies and we'll be doing that with science as we work forward. We do a survey of parents and ask, what's your experience with social studies, or, fill in the content in the Peninsula School District with your child. So there's a number of questions, and that becomes part of the initial data, because really in the beginning, we're gathering data and we're looking at data and we're comparing programs. And, we'll start with potentially 5 or 6 different options, and then we begin to pare it down based on what's best aligned to our standards, what's best aligned to our belief system about what we feel is important for our students. And so it isn't just a matter of choosing a book. So parents are engaged in the beginning, and then they're engaged throughout too, as they look at what we've done. So they see kind of the beginning and the end. We certainly can provide more opportunities for parents to engage on the committee with that work. It's fairly time intensive.
Okay, and you made a comment that you want them, I think you said the word, what we feel is important, or what we believe is important. And that's why I think having a well-rounded, because what you personally believe is important for them to know may not be what somebody else thinks is important. I think that's why having that broad scope is really important. So thank you for that.
Right. And thanks, David, for the opportunity just to share too, that we don't go into adoptions. I'll speak for myself and for our department. I don't vote on any of it, right? Because it's not my opinion. It's the teacher's opinion, the people on the committee. And so we don't go in with an agenda. It's not like a decision has been made, and this is not just a small group of people from DLI making this decision. It's well represented across whatever group it is. So every school for STEM, K-5 STEM, every school, at least 2 teachers, 1 primary, 1 intermediate, STEM specialist, and an administrator. So we can certainly look to add parents to that mix as well. We do vote with consensus though. So if parents can't make it, we would of course let them know that it is a time and a meeting commitment, and it's a multi-year commitment. So I don't want to discourage anyone. I just want to be upfront and fair.
Thank you. Appreciate all the stakeholders being a part of that process. So thank you so much. Okay, we are going to move on now to our student services report, and I believe Mr. Yellows is here. I think. Oh, you're muted. Or doesn't show that you're muted. Your audio is not on, happening, John. No.
Your lips are moving.
Do you want to try to log out and log back in? And in the meantime, Dr. Jarvis, can I move on to 7.3 and then go back to 7.2?
Yes, we can do that.
Okay, so John, you might want to, I had the problem at the beginning where I logged out and logged back in and it worked, maybe. Okay, so with that, I will move to Mr. Gillespie with the capital projects report, and I know that he has folks with him.
Hey, how are you guys doing?
Patrick.
Well, thanks for having us back. We're excited to follow up on KPMS and Kopachuk's design. At the last board meeting, we got valuable information from the board. We then took those renderings out to both Kopachuk and KPMS, where we were able to get more input from the staff and community members. There was an overwhelming input from both schools that one of the designs was the preferred by quite a large margin. So we're looking at using at both schools the same design, but making them unique to each of the schools so that they'll have a similar look, but very different for each area. With this input, TCF has been working very, very hard over the last couple of weeks to come up with renderings to show you tonight. We're very excited to show them to you. And I know Brian has been working very hard on this. So Brian, are you there?
I sure am. Can you hear me?
Perfect. I'm going to let Brian take over from here.
Okay. Well, I'm going to see if I can share my screen here. All right. Did that come up?
Yep.
Okay. So as Patrick mentioned, we got some really good feedback from you all a couple weeks ago, and put this out to the two schools. They collected feedback from staff, students, and otherwise. And what we heard was, I think, some really great comments for all of the images that we showed them, but some pretty overwhelming and consistent feedback on one of the concepts, which we took and we kind of melded together a bunch of the different things that people liked about some of the other concepts as well, and started to separate the two models into a Kopachuk and a KPMS. And so there's some things that we figured out, and there's some things that we're still working on, but wanted to show you tonight kind of the results of our last couple of weeks of getting feedback and then incorporating that into the models. So work into this here. So I have 3 images of each school, 3 of Kopachuk, 3 of KPMS. And one of the things that we really heard was that the concept, this particular concept, that the overhangs were, of course, there's no overhangs at either school right now, but those were something that people really responded well to, having a place for students to be, waiting outside the building before and after school, or even during school, waiting for a parent pickup or something. So having a big overhang was really important. I think people responded really well also to the use of natural materials. And so we talked a little bit last time about the use of wood-like material. And while this is showing, what it would look like in wood, we're using a product over at Evergreen right now, which is a very durable wood-like material, has the look of wood, but gives you the durability, longevity that you would expect in a school project. We've explored some different colors on these projects, not totally dialed in yet, but giving you a sense of what it might look like in a blue color at Kopachuk. One of the other features that people really liked was some benches or planters out near the front to create a little bit of a kind of a buffered area in front of the offices, but a place for kids to sit and wait. I'm going to go to the next one here. So this view right here is the main entry. So this is right in the current main entry of the building would be right in this area. And so we're building out in front of that and creating a much more recognizable main entry space. And we're really utilizing this entire addition right here, which is the administration area. And Patrick went through some of the plans last time, but it has the main secure entry vestibule. It has all the office, many of the offices in it. And a lot of the spaces that are occupied throughout the day that get eyes out to see who's coming and going, but using really this whole piece here to draw people into the main entry of the building. As we kind of back out a little bit, you can see a little bit more of the in this case, it would be the west facade of the building. So that main entry piece we were seeing before is a little bit over here on the left. Adding a little bit of cladding and a canopy at the gym, since that's a significant entry for after school events and activities. And then starting to treat this existing classroom wing with some of the similar language, some materials, and a little bit of a canopy there as well. Painting that building so it has more of a two-tone effect versus the monochromatic that it has now. And then on the right, this would be a small or a 2-classroom addition, which again carries through and picks up on some of that same material and language that we see at the main entry. And one more view, this would be looking back the other way with the gym more in the foreground and on the left. You can see again that use of material there. There's an existing set of double doors, which I know gets used a fair amount on the left there. So we wrap the canopy a little bit around to that side, although the majority of it is on this right side of the gym. The other side of the main entry, or the main admin addition here. And then this would be the existing classroom wing. From this vantage point, you can't really see the classroom wing that is added beyond, but this would be a pretty common view. I think you'd see from portions of the parking lot. If you come into the parking lot during times other than pick up and drop off, you'd come in from this direction. So moving on to Key Peninsula, this one we rendered in more of a kind of a deep red color, using a lot, again, the same material. So you'll see many similarities between these two, but a few key things that are setting them apart. So the gym addition in this one is a little bit different. And part of the reason for that is we have more opportunity with this one to add some windows. And we are looking, by the way, at adding windows to Kopachuk as well. We didn't show that north view of the gymnasium because we're still working on that, but we're looking at getting some windows in that one so we can get daylight into the gym. That was one of the things that people responded really well to. But in that one, we're punching holes in an existing building. At KPMS, we can kind of build what we want to build there since we're doing an addition. And so we're looking at adding some windows to that addition in the gym. Again, a little bit more of that natural material, that natural wood material, and a canopy there as well. Same kind of two-tone paint scheme on the existing classroom wing. And as we back out, this one has a larger addition to the classroom wings over here, 4 classrooms, and so it's a little bit more prominent. And in this case at KPMS, and sorry, I realized that I didn't change the title on these, but at KPMS, we do see this classroom addition as we approach the building. So unlike at Kopachuk, where you're sometimes will be coming in from the gym side, and this one you're really always coming in from the classroom side. So this will be one of the first things you see. Again, utilizing some of that same language of canopy and the wood material and the color brought all the way to that front element. And then looking back this direction from the gym, again, a lot of the same elements we talked about on Kopachuk, you'll see here as well, wrapping that canopy a little bit. In this case, there is a set of double doors from the gym further back around. So we didn't wrap this canopy as far because there's no doors over there. And the grade really drops off. This one has more topography than Kopachuk has at the immediate school, not on the site as a whole. And then we'll be looking at adding some of this color also into all of the recessed areas where the classrooms are. So each classroom has a recessed window bay, which has glazing in it. And so bringing some of that color in there to just help accent those, each of those classroom bays. So those are the 6 renderings we have. Welcome to ask any questions, and can help fill you in on what our processes look like over the last couple of weeks if you're interested.
Thank you, Brian. They're beautiful. Questions from the board, comments?
I have a question.
Yep. Lori?
Thanks to you both. These look great. I really love them. Brian, what are the colored surface, the red and the blue on Kopachuk? Those buildings are concrete now, right?
Yeah, so we'll have a mix. We will have a mix of paint. So we're not going to resurface, reclad the entire building. But we are going to do that in select areas. And the new additions, we're still looking at a couple different material options there. Maybe metal, maybe fiber cement, but we're looking at a couple different options. One of the considerations is what our choice of colors are in those materials, and just durability and longevity. And so we know that when we can get a pre-finished product, it has a little more durability than something that we put up on the building and paint. So we're looking at some options there. We're doing some cost estimating in the next couple of weeks here that'll help us to hone in on that a little bit. But it'll be a panel product of some sort that if we can swing it, will likely be a pre-finished type material.
Okay, thank you.
Any others?
Just a comment maybe.
Go ahead.
I like what you're doing. I think adding color to those buildings is a great thing because right now they're so drab. And a little bit of the cladding is just going to do a great deal. Obviously, we don't want to spend a lot of money on that part of it. We want more functional things, but that alone is going to add a lot of character for the kids welcoming to walk in there, and then the canopy and the entrance and what you're doing. I think it's great. So really, it's just more of a comment. My only question is, do you know what year these were originally built?
Yeah, KPMS was built in 1979 and Kopachuk was 81 or 82, I think it completed.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Otherwise, you guys are doing great. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thanks, Pat. David? David?
Yeah, thank you. I'm gonna kill my video just so I don't lose my internet. I like the red because for Kopachuk, I made it go Kopachuk. I thought Kopachuk was blue for some reason.
It is,
But,
and I apologize. I didn't change the name of the slide on these ones, but the red is the Key Peninsula one. So I just wanted to see if you would catch it.
All right, I thought I was losing my mind. Okay, I like the fact that you with the blue for Kopachuk Coyotes and the red for the KPMS Cougars, and you said you're not married to the colors. I don't know. I mean, what the other board members saying, I just know buildings that are painted gray over time can be, like Chuck said, start to look a little drab. But is that dark gray for these what you're looking to sticking with, or going with maybe a lighter second color instead? Just a thought.
You're asking about the dark gray that we have at the base here?
Yeah, is that something that you picked, or is that something that community members preferred, the dark gray over maybe something a different color than dark gray?
We showed it on there, and I think people saw that. I don't think we had too many comments specifically on the dark gray, but one of the reasons we chose that was just to create a little bit, right now these buildings are one color all the way through, top to bottom. They have a very strong horizontal midway up the panels, and so we thought if we could use that to create a little bit more of a base and an upper piece to separate and bring a little bit more proportion and scale to the walls. And so with the color that we had on here already, we didn't want to add another color. So we thought that, using more neutrals. Now, could that dark gray be a little bit lighter? Yeah, potentially. One of our next steps will be taking this into a more sophisticated rendering program where we can get these to be much more lifelike, and we'll fine tune the colors there. And it certainly could be a little bit lighter gray. But again, our approach was just to use some kind of neutral palette that could help provide contrast to the colors that we're using on the additions and where we were painting some of the existing building to bring that in.
Okay, because I know sometimes dark gray looks amazing. I just didn't know if that was your final answer. But I agree with everyone else. I think they look great, and I really appreciate you taking the feedback from the board and from the community and the teaching staff and everything. I think they look really, really nice. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick and Brian, for bringing that back to the board. Such a quick turnaround with getting the thorough feedback. So we are going to move on, unless there was any other comments, Patrick, that you had.
No, thank you. Thank you for your input. We really appreciate it. And we look forward to moving these forward and getting them to where, if you recall with the other schools, they were more lifelike rendering that you see today. And I know Brian's excited to get moving on that as well. So thank you for your time and have a good evening.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, take two, Mr. Yellowies.
Okay, we'll try again.
Yeah, you're there. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris, for getting me set up. So good evening, Board of Directors and Superintendent Jarvis, and thank you for giving us some time this evening to talk about special education. I'll get us started tonight and then turn things over to Lisa Ray, our Director of Special Programs, and our new Special Education Director, Lynn Truitt, so they can share some information about special education and what we've been working on this fall. So I am going to attempt to share my screen now so that we can share a the presentation with you. And hopefully you will be able to see what I'm looking at now on my monitor. And I'm going to go through some slides. And like I said, we'll share what we have been doing as a special education department this fall since September 8th when school began. While we started the year primarily in a remote platform as a school district, we did have some opportunities to bring students in, special education eligible students and others. And we're going to talk about our reopening considerations and what guidance we looked at to make some decisions. We'll talk about our district level special ed programs and the locations of those programs. And then we'll talk about some of our resource room programs and related services and how we're providing services to students who fall into that category currently. And then we'll briefly discuss other student services programs, as well as looking at the future and with some of the conversation we had earlier tonight, what that might look like as we move forward. So again, while we started the year primarily remotely, we knew that we did have some opportunities to bring students in small groups and work with some of our students with more significant needs. And we looked at a lot of guidance when it came to special education at the start of the school year and relied on OSBI, we relied on the health department and the decision tree document that they put forward. And based on all of that together, we determined that beginning September 8th, we could bring in some small groups of students for limited services. And we targeted first our students in our self-contained special education programs. By definition, the students that are placed in those programs have the most significant global educational needs and have the most time spent receiving special ed services and related services. So that's the population we targeted initially. And again, first day of school, September 8th, we started bringing students in to those classrooms and to those programs on a limited basis. I'll talk more about that in a moment, but just to give you an idea of where we have our programs located across the district, this slide shows where we are from preschool all the way through our CTP program. So as you can see, we have programs located for preschool at Artendale, Purdy, and Vaughan Elementary. Our options programs, which are our life skills programs, are located at Harbor Heights, Purdy, Vaughan, and then we have them located at our middle schools, Goodman and KPMS. And our ET&T programs, which are our secondary high school life skills and transition programs, are located at both high schools. And then TRACK is our behavior program and meets the needs of students with significant social emotional behavioral needs. Those programs are located at Minter Creek, Harbor Ridge, and Peninsula High School. And then we have our community transition program, and that's located at the Soundview Annex. And those are our 18 to 21-year-old students who are working on transition skills and spend a great deal of their time out in the community working on job sites and a variety of other different life skills, preparing for transition to the community. So those are the programs we focused on first and focused on bringing students back safely. Whoops, I skipped ahead. So here's kind of a timeline of what I previously mentioned. We began the year working with a fairly restrictive small group requirement. As you can remember, we were operating under the 5 groups of 5 or less with 2 adults. And we began the year working with that and really trying to figure out how do we bring in students for some services, yet let them still access the rest of their week, their school week, synchronously and asynchronously remotely. So students were in somewhat of a hybrid model to begin with some face-to-face instruction and some remote instruction. On October 1st, we transitioned to more of a robust 5-day-a-week model. So based on moving to the moderate range and moving from stage 3 to 4 in our reopening guide, we ramped up the amount of services students were receiving and went to basically a traditional school week, 5 days a week of instruction for our students in district level programs. And they coming in still Monday through Friday and receiving what looks like a really traditional school week. And we'll share more about what that looks like specifically in a few minutes here. We did, for certain families who just weren't ready yet and students who weren't ready yet to come back, we did continue to offer a remote option for those families. So we did create some remote district level program classrooms. And for those students, they continue to receive remote instruction 5 days a week and are on that platform. And at some point in this school year may decide to access in-person services, but wanted to continue to offer that dual platform for those students that weren't ready to return full time. Moving on to our resource programs. So we have resource programs in every school. Every school has a program where we serve students in a learning center type model. And over the past 2 weeks, all of our schools have started to offer these services and phase in some in-person services for students who receive special education resource room services. Those are academic services, as well as services like occupational therapy and speech therapy and physical therapy. So in addition to those students that are attending K-1 in person, we have students now coming in 2nd through 5th grade to receive services. Our middle schools and high schools are inviting students back in as of last week. And our secondary teams really have done an amazing job. Our principals, teachers, counselors, and psychologists of creating schedules that allow students to come back in for limited periods of time over the course of the week, yet still access again their synchronous and asynchronous learning remotely. So it's a bit of a hybrid model for them, and that just started over the last 2 weeks. So this has been said before, but I'll say it again. As part of that process, Transportation's worked really hard to set up routes and get students in to and from school. And our food services have been amazing. We're making sure kids are fed and taken care of while they're at school. Many at the secondary level are coming in for a full day or 2 full days. So this slide is part of this process of planning and implementation, both in the limited services we started the school with and the more robust services that we're providing now. It really has required a significant amount of coordination and collaboration with all of the different folks and departments and people you see on the screen. And it's been a learning experience, as Dr. Jarvis alluded to. This is something we've never really done before. So it's been inventing as we go along and what has made this possible. And Lisa and Lynn will share more about how this actually looks. Are all these people in groups that are listed on this slide. There's been a great deal of planning around what does in-person instruction look like, health and safety protocols, like I said, transportation and food services, logistical considerations that, when you thought you planned everything out, a new challenge emerged and had to be problem solved. And our teams have done just a great job of working through that and being flexible. Our teachers and ESAs and building level administrators and nurses, paraeducators, psychologists, counselors, everyone's been instrumental and consistently go above and beyond. And I've also appreciated our partnership and conversations with PEA as we've brought students and staff back. So I will say, as we look at this list, I want to specifically acknowledge our special ed teachers and our district level programs who from day one, they were the first to have students back in person, and our paras and therapists in those programs, and all of our teachers came back mid-August, started planning, and they've just been amazingly flexible and gracious and patient with the changing guidance and requirements. And as things have evolved over the past 2 months, they've gone with the flow and adjusted. And our special ed staff chose this profession because they have a passion for working with students with disabilities, and many of them devote their entire career to working and serving students in special programs, and they show up every day. They work directly with students, and sometimes they're in situations that don't always allow for consistent physical distancing or for all students wearing masks all of the time due to the nature of their disabilities. And they've just done amazing work. And I don't believe, and this has been stated previously tonight also, I don't believe there's another school district in our region offering the type of programming that our staff provide every day. Remotely, but especially in respect to the level of in-person services that have been provided and continue to be provided by our teachers and therapists and paraeducators. And again, that's since day one, on September 8th. So a special shout out to all those staff and all the great work they've been doing. And I believe I'm going to turn it over to Lisa Ray next, and she's going to take us through some slides regarding preschool.
Great. Thank you, John. I have to echo what he said about our staff. I think that's just been an incredible thing to witness how well they have pivoted every time we've come to them with a new challenge. Looks like we'll be doing that again in the next couple of days, and they will roll with it like they've done all along. And so I'm super proud of the work that they've done. And that goes for all of our team. I'm just going to talk for a quick second about what our current developmental preschool and ECAP services have looked like since September 30th, when we were able to start. We were able to maintain our current model, what we've done pretty much since the dawn of preschool, a Monday through Thursday half-day program. Fridays we devote to child find, and the teachers don't get planning time, so there's all kinds of additional supports on that Friday that they use for their planning. They were really, I think someone mentioned earlier about the worry about kindergarten looking like it, or kindergarten and first grade looking like it's not the typical model and not the kind of school that we are used to. And I have to say that while that is true in terms of materials and facilities, it's not true in terms of the experiences that kids are having. They are still engaging with their teacher. They're still having fun with the other adults in the room. They're playing together, socially distant, and they are still having access to lots of fun, engaging materials. And the teachers have done that by creating these kind of new models. You'll see on the next slide when I get into it about how they clean the material. So a child might use a toy, and then it goes into a yuck bucket, and then at the halftime, in between the two sessions, they'll clean it so that someone else can have access to it. So quickly, I just want to acknowledge that the children have been amazing. They have worn their masks, and they have tried to stay socially distant, and they have been rolling with every adjustment that we've thrown at them. A lot of them didn't know anything different. They didn't have these experiences last year, so this is new for them in the preschool world. Our teachers have done an incredible job of just teaching those expectations that, they walk in the door and everything that is expected of them is taught. And they're very intentional about that. The other thing that I think, aside from our teams working with their building teams really well in terms of making sure they have good systems for picking kids up at the buses and getting screened and all of that, the lesson we learned last spring, and I know we know this, and I think we forget it very often, is that if we don't engage our parents, we're missing a whole part of the experience for school. And last year, we built our model on the partnership that we have to have with parents, particularly with our youngest learners, because in a young child's life, learning happens everywhere, right? So you can be setting the table and make it a learning experience. And we wanted our parents to have that support and understanding and guidance as we work through this, but also that partnership with us. So I think we're going to continue that lesson on forever, but it'll definitely be continuing to drive us as we go into this next phase. Quickly, I want to just address that statement around social distancing and the challenge in that bullet. I want to be very clear that our kids have been doing a great job of staying socially distant as much as they humanly can for a 3 and 4 year old. The challenge isn't so much that. The challenge is that young children learn, they're social beings. They learn by being with other people and by sharing materials and toys and talking to them about what they're playing with. And while that has been difficult and a change in the experience, our teachers have done an incredible job of recreating experiences like that. I saw one teacher who set up 2 toys that were exactly the same, but they were 6 feet apart. And she had them talking to each other about what they were doing, which is exactly what we want them to do in order to learn some of those experiences. So it's been pretty phenomenal to see. And you can see a couple of those pictures in there of what they've been doing.
Okay, and now Lynn Truitt, our special education director, will share a little bit about what our K-12 programming has looked like and share some pictures of our students in action.
So it's been really exciting to join this team and start off with kids in classrooms on the first day of school. Our district level programs went to work on September 8th and have continued. They're up to 5 days a week now and full time. It is so cool to see kids in classrooms. As you can see, they are wearing their masks. There are some students who cannot wear their masks, and staff are taking all the precautions in order to work with those students when they cannot wear their masks. They too are trying to social distance. The teachers are reinventing school every day and how to move kids around their classrooms. They have separated into 2 classrooms in order to have more social distancing, and then trying to run between classrooms to help their paraeducators serve each of these kids in a very safe manner. CTP totally redesigned what accessing the community looks like. We have went into every job and figured out a way to have them go to the barn and not work with the people that own the barn so that they can stay safe. They are creating new jobs every day. Today, we just created 3 new jobs at one of our elementary schools for them, where they can go and know that everyone has been doing the attestation forms and safe to be around our CTP students. It is creating those 3 remote classrooms probably was one of the biggest challenges in figuring out how to group kids. So we have one teacher teaching a few kids from Gig Harbor High School, a few from Peninsula High School, and then a few of our CTP kids. And she created a classroom, and in a matter of a couple of days, she figured out how to serve all those kids out of all those different spaces and schools, and really put together a great program. That's where the space and supplies, like I said, working in 2 classrooms for a teacher can be very challenging at times. And then staffing, what's unique about the staffing is finding subs that are willing to come in, and then, like I said, putting staffing into 2 classrooms has been a challenge as well. So here are some pictures of our kids in our different options programs at our elementary school. Here are some of our CTP kids that are out doing their jobs. We've taught them how to cook individual meals. They used to cook meals for each other, and to keep it safer, they now just cook individual meals. So the staff has recreated how to do recipes in small amounts. So once we got all those programs back, as we were talking about just recently, we started our resource services and related services. So this looked different in every single building. We gave every building the autonomy to figure out which students were the most needy in their building and how they wanted to bring them back. So in some buildings that looked like all their kids, and other buildings it looked like a few kids. And then they had their IEP meetings to talk to parents and figure out which students really needed to come back. They also did surveys with their parents, and many of the parents, some parents have still chosen to stay remote, and those teachers are still serving those kids remotely. They had to figure out how to do small groups, and they had to figure out how to do this case by case. They also had to figure out and work with transportation, because we couldn't bring kids in. Many of our IEPs have like 30 minutes 3 times a week, and to have transportation come every 30 minutes wasn't even feasible. So what we did was we created small amounts of time, 3-hour blocks, and then the staff at each building figured out how do you get those kids into a room accessing their gen ed classes on a computer when they're not in their resource classes. So every campus had to come up with a hub for these kids to access their gen ed classes, and then come up with the staffing to supervise those students. The teachers, paras, building leadership, they just did a phenomenal job of creating these spaces, using all their people in order to make sure kids were safe. I haven't heard a teacher say that she hasn't enjoyed having kids back in their classroom. The curriculum and resources, we were able to really work hard in August and get a lot of new curriculum for these teachers, so that it was curriculum that could go from remote to in-person and back and forth if they needed to go back and forth. As I've said, the challenges were the schedules, the space, the coverage of the classrooms, and coverage when they were not in their special ed. And once again, a shout out to transportation for figuring out how to work around IEP schedules and bring kids in for small amounts of time.
So another group that has had a lot of support and focus on our English learners. One of the things we learned last spring is that what we were providing wasn't necessarily meeting their needs, and we had a lot of need for hotspots and devices and things. And so this year we started, Kim and her team started really early on connecting with kids and making sure that they had what they needed. So we are serving our K and 1 students, kindergarten and first grades in person. We didn't have any, I think we had 1 remote EL student in kindergarten, and we're still working on a plan to make sure that they have service. 2nd through 12th grade, we have a kind of a combination. So all of the 2nd and 12th grade through 12th graders are in their regular gen ed classes and they're participating in their traditional classes. And in addition to that, they're getting some EL support in a variety of ways. So what really was the most amazing thing about this was that Kim and her team connected with all 180 of our EL students and figured out what was the right plan for them. We have some families where Zoom and being at home online works great, and that's not a problem. We had some families who, because of some transportation challenges at the beginning of the year, couldn't come in for just a short window of time, like Lynn mentioned. We've had some amazing partnerships with the Y and Camp Seymour and other folks to create spaces for kids to go. And so between all of those things, every student is getting either an in-person service just at their building, they're at Y in the Y Care in our regular buildings, and they're at Camp Seymour, or they're just participating on Zoom. So we really have been able to make sure that they have a connection for that English language development that they need. That team has been relentless is the word I can use, because they have not stopped. If a child needs some sort of a device, they'll take it out. If they need help setting up a device, they'll sit with them and make sure that the family has what they need. They have been working with tech. They've been delivering materials. They've been training families. They've been translating. They've been communicating with parents and office staff and teachers. They've been helping families with just general accommodations on helping the navigating this whole new system. It's one thing to navigate a school system that's fairly stable, and then to have to navigate it when it changes regularly is also challenging. So they've been incredible about that. We are still struggling to connect with the teachers. You know, when everybody's in the building, you can just walk down the hall and talk to a teacher about what a child might need. That's a challenge in a virtual setting. It takes a little bit more time to find that teacher and know when they're available and connect with them and set up a Zoom meeting. And so that's a challenge. It's not something that they can't do. It just is more challenging, takes more time. We still have some families who are struggling with connectivity, like Chris said earlier, but those kids have been triaged and they're being served in person for their EL service. Triage probably isn't the right word, but we really did focus on who needed it the most first. And then, transportation has been incredible. And it's hard. It's not like our normal routes. It's not like we can just say, oh, this student can pick up the bus for a 9 o'clock session and be there until 3:30. There's been very specific needs and routes and hubs and things developed just for this set of kids as well. So everybody, just an all around relentless approach to making sure kids have what they need. And it's been pretty cool. So that entire EL team, there aren't a lot of them, but they sure do good work. And they have been really working really hard to make sure every family has some connections. And it's not we're not perfect. There's still lots of room to grow, and we continue to keep working through it. And they keep one thing after another solving problems for families. So that it's been really fun to see.
Okay, so like Lisa said, it's been imperfect, and I think we keep learning. I know I learn something new every day, and if we could go back and start again, we'd do some things differently. But I again just will say that both Lisa and Lynn, all of our coordinators here at Student Services, and then as I shared before, our staff have just been amazing, and I think relentless is a great word, and just flexible, and have gone again above and beyond. And I think in terms of looking forward, obviously we heard some news this evening that will cause us to make some adjustments, but we're going to continue planning and refining our in-person remote services. We need to be prepared to adapt to and meet small group requirements if necessary, and that seems like that will be necessary. So again, we may have some adjustments we need to make to our programs and the way that we're serving students currently, but I believe our plan will be to continue those services. We've always known that we need to be prepared to transition to remote learning completely if necessary, if we're told to do so. And as challenging as it is, we need to continue to be flexible, and that's easier said than done. I was talking to a PHS teacher today, and she said being rigid is just not something we can do this year, and we're all learning that grace and flexibility, and it's not easy, but I think, again, our teachers are just going above and beyond and continuously amaze me. So finally, our counselors, our lab staff, our success coaches, and all of our other support staff continue to reach out to and connect with students and families that we have not yet been successful with connecting with, and hope to make those connections, get those students in, and provide services to them in person, and get them set up to be successful for learning this school year. So that is our final slide. We thank you for taking the time to listen to us this evening. And I don't know if there are any questions, we're happy to answer those.
Yep. Questions from or comments?
I have just one quick one. Well, first of all, of course, thank you. I know that every single child in our schools are precious, but this is a really unique population. We support, or we appreciate all of the support that you go into giving them. I did have a question or a comment about the EL services. I was contacted by a teacher, actually in support of a friend of hers, just pointing out to me how incredibly hard our EL staff is working. And I think you kind of touched on it. They're not just supporting students, they're supporting families. They are translating forms and giving information and helping with school bus routes. And I know that they're happy to do it. I also know that they're probably on call 24/7 because they are the go-to for the parents who rely on them. I'm wondering, and this can be a conversation for another time or something to consider, but when we think about our EL staff, do we have an administrative staff that can kind of handle those family concerns so that our teachers and those specialists can really focus on working with kids? Or is that something that we've thought about, or is, you know, maybe a possibility to take some of that burden off of those who are doing it right now?
Yeah, go ahead, Lee. I was just going to say, yeah, I mean, I think that's a great question, Natalie. We do have, so Lisa Ray does supervise our EL staff. Kim Hayes is our EL coordinator, and she is an administrator and works very closely with that team. Lisa, I don't know if you were going to piggyback on that or say something different. Sorry.
No, that was what I was going to say, but it is a challenge to think about somebody who maybe isn't fluent in the languages that we have families who are speaking and have to have immediate access and immediate support to. And that's a challenge I know for our principals too. We have lots of great systems for interpretation and picking up a phone that can translate while you're calling, but it's not as easy. And so it's not something that people automatically have the time and maybe the first approach to do. And so we do need, I'd say we need some additional support in EL, and this is not the time to be doing a lot of adding of staff, but it is a very hard working team to meet the needs of a lot of kids and a lot of families. And it's bigger than just providing the tutoring or the in-person services. It's really a wraparound model, and they've done a great job with what they have, but they're tired. I know that they are, like everybody else, but
I think it's a great, you know, for our EL staff and our special ed staff, it's a great conversation to continue and figure out, you know, how do we support them more comprehensively? Because again, just speaking with a special education teacher today, she said many of the things that she would normally accomplish during the school day in her program at the high school are things now that she has to do at the end of the day, in the evening, on the weekends, just because the nature of what a school day looks like is so different. So it is, you know, again, they're working super hard, and it's exhausting, and you know, they just have a great passion for what they do, all of them. But I do think as administrators, we need to figure out how do we alleviate some of that stress and pressure and take some things off their plates.
Absolutely. I just a short anecdote, because I know we're tired. We have been on the flip side. My kids were in schools in a foreign country where they didn't speak the language and no one spoke English. And so I have a very deep appreciation for the people who have the patience to sit through and help families. I've been there myself. That was my go-to, the people who are helping my kids. So thank you to everyone who's working to that end.
Thanks, Natalie. Other comments or questions? Nope. David? No.
Hey, just real quick, because I know we want to go on a break, but I just echo what Natalie said, having lived in foreign countries myself with my 4 kids. It's certainly challenging. So, and I just don't think that members of the community, other than maybe the parents and families of the kids that you're serving, know how hard you guys have been working behind the scene. You're taking care of our most vulnerable kids. And I think that We've talked earlier about advocating to keep our schools open. I certainly hope that we can push really hard to keep our schools open, and especially for the students and families you support, because I think we're doing a great job, and we need to really push back hard and keep schools open for these amazing kids. Thank you.
Thanks, David. Lori, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, well, that was essentially my question, but just to John, you touched on this a little bit. Do you foresee a huge change to the situation that most of these kids are experiencing just based on tonight's news? Or it sounds to me like they're already in smallish groups, so they might not be greatly impacted.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the benefit of the way it's been structured, Lori. So yes, we have, like Lynn alluded to, we've kind of taken over some additional classroom spaces just so there can be physical distancing, because we have students and paras and equipment in classrooms. So I think we can make some adjustments. Again, this is kind of the first, I'm hearing the news today along with everyone else, but it's obviously something that we've had in the back of our minds and been thinking about. And if this were the requirement, how could we adjust and still continue providing services and making sure we're still following those requirements and health and safety protocols. So I think we have possibilities to continue providing services.
Okay, good, thank you.
Thank you very much. I was able to see Peninsula High School in action today and saw some of those kids back in there, and it was amazing. Kids were doing great. And I also learned that the assistant principal at Gig Harbor High School does speak Spanish. So we do have a great administrator that has Spanish speaking skills. So that's awesome. John and Lisa and Lynn, welcome. Thank you very much. Excellent presentation. It was great to learn and hear about all of that. Thank you so much. It is now 8:48, and there has been a request to do a 3-minute break, but as soon as we get back, we will move through the rest of the meeting. So can we please be back? You want to, I'll do 5 minutes. So 8:55, please. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Okay, we have all the board members back. So I'm going to proceed with the rest of the business part of the meeting so we can get to our other discussion. With that, I will ask, is there an approval for item 8.1, approval of final acceptance of Gig Harbor High School roof restoration project? Is there a motion to approve?
I'll make it.
Okay, I've got Chuck. Is there a second?
Second.
Lori, thank you. It's been moved by Chuck and seconded by Lori to approve item 8.1. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The motion is carried. Item 8.1 has been approved. Item 8.2, approval of extending public employees of the Peninsula Maintenance Grounds Warehouse Unit current collective bargaining agreement. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by David and seconded by Lori to approve item 8.2. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The motion is carried. Item 8.2 has been approved. Item 8.3, approval of extending public employees of the Peninsula Transportation Mechanic Unit current collective bargaining agreement. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Thanks, Natalie. Is there a second?
I'll second.
It had been moved by Natalie and seconded by Chuck to approve item 8.3. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The motion is carried. Item 8.3 has been approved. Item 8.4, approval of extending public employees of the Peninsula Custodial Unit current collective bargaining agreement. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Thanks, Natalie. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. It has been moved by Natalie and seconded by Lori to approve item 8.4. All in favor say aye.
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 All opposed? The motion is carried. Item 8.4 has been approved. Moving on to the consent agenda. Is there any discussion on the consent agenda prior to the vote? Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I'll make a motion that we approve the consent agenda.
Thank you, Chuck. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Natalie. It has been moved by Chuck and seconded by Natalie to approve the consent agenda. All in favor say aye.
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 All opposed? The motion is carried and the consent agenda has been approved. We move on to item number 10, our superintendent search. And tonight we have Mr. Wayne Robertson and Mr. Mark Venn. Thank you very much for your patience. We would like you to go through what we are looking at embarking in very soon.
All right. Well, thank you very much. And I know I speak for Mark. We want to commend you on the incredible work you're doing. You're basically reinventing the services you're providing for your students in your community as you speak. And we couldn't be more impressed with the quality of the work and the information and the passion and just the way you're approaching your work. So good for all of you. Thank you for the opportunity to learn more about your district tonight. I'm Wayne Robertson. A few people here that may not have known me. And Mark Venn, we are here for Northwest Leadership Associates. As most of you know, Mark is the former superintendent of the Cedar-Woolley School District, and I'm a former superintendent in the state of Washington from the Edmonds and Lakewood and Conway School Districts, and we're representing Northwest Leadership Association, and we're honored to be selected to do your superintendent search, and we're looking forward to it. This is kind of the public rollout of the search. And so we've got just a few talking points we want to go through. Most of them not new information for the board and even some other people. I've been spending some remote time with Tanya the last several days and really appreciate her support and the work she's provide. So the board has received our proposal and we've reviewed that with the board. And you've received our letter of agreement, our contract. And if there's any questions about that, we can sure spend some time on that. The one thing that I'd probably want to surface with the proposal, there was a mention of the possibility of combining remote activities and sessions and face-to-face sessions. And we want you to know that we're open to that. We're not quite clear how to do some of it, but we look forward to working with you, the board and staff, to figure out how we can do that, best meet the needs of your staff and community and the board, of course, and also comply with the parameters you have and the safety concerns that everybody has, and want to do it the right way. But hope that we're able to do some of that, specifically probably thinking about the interview sessions and possibly some of the focus group activities. Most of the rest of it is kind of behind the scenes, and certainly all the activities that Mark and I are most involved in are not something that would be impacted by this current environment. Any questions about contract or the initial proposal? We're going to walk through some of the details, of course.
And I will admit to this. So Dr. Jarvis and I worked through that on behalf of the board, and I will get that contract to all of you guys just so you can see the final. So, and they can surface up any questions at that time.
Sure.
My apologies to the board.
Pretty straightforward. Mark's going to spend some time talking about the timeline, and in so doing, you'll kind of see the major activities, and then we'll circle back around and hit some of them with a little more detail as well. So Mark.
Well, thank you. This has been an amazing meeting. I know I've had a lot of board meetings in my career, so has Wayne, and I know Art has, but this ranks right up there. I'll tell you this, I want to give my kudos to you two for hanging in there through this meeting and actually for showing your professionalism as board members. It's pretty easy to be, and we understand how upset you are, and you know, we can only hope that things maybe get turned around for you, because you've done a great job with what you've done so far. Has been commendable, and I think other districts are using you as a model. One of the things we hope to accomplish tonight to get the ball rolling, though, is we need to get the timeline approved to move forward, and it doesn't have to be a vote. It can simply be a consensus. But you've had a look at the timeline, and you can see that we're hoping that after tonight we can really get moving forward and get the survey up on your website. That's a survey that's in English and Spanish, and could be in Russian too if you want. We have a Russian version now as well. So we're hoping to get that going. We're hoping to be able to come in the first week of November, not come into your district physically, but remotely be able to do focus group work with each of you individually, but also with different groups of people in your district that I know Deb and Art and Tanya have been working on, and we're hoping to do that over those 3 days. So we can put together a report for you that you can use when we put together the brochure. I know we talked about posting it probably the second week of November on the WASDA and WASA websites and all that. I'm hoping we can move that up a little bit, and we'll be a little quicker on that, but at the very least we would do that by around November 12th. The other piece on the brochure, if we can get things rolling and moving, I'm hoping we can get the brochure done by November 17th, which is the WASDA conference. And I'm hoping to get that brochure out so we can have that available to board members and superintendents that in the WASDA conference, so it can be put out then. Once the brochure gets done and we get involved in our heavy recruiting and we send it out to over 3,000 across the United States, really the hard lifting for you is over for a while. The plan on the calendar is to come back in mid-January and give you a mid-search report, close the position February 19th, And then we're hoping by then, maybe we can have more flexibility in how we can meet person to person and not have to do everything remotely. But when we meet for our screening report on March 4th, according to the calendar, it would be great if we could do that people person to person. We'd have that flexibility to do that. If not, we do it with the remote like we're doing now. The preliminary interviews that we talked about and having probably 5 or 6 candidates come in, we're hoping we can do those person to person and somehow remotely have people from your community be able to view that. But we have to wait and see. If not, we'll do it with this Zoom format like we are right now. The final interviews are scheduled for March 16th, 17th, 18th, 1 day for each person in the district. What that looks like, we're hoping that it will be a combination of remote and person to person, with at the very least being you meeting with the candidate in the final interview for executive session in person with the candidate. And Wayne and I would be there as well. So the goal would be by March 18th, or around March 18th, you would be able to announce on March 19th a new superintendent. And that's pretty early. And but we think you're really right in the sweet spot. And we're hoping by going that long into March, we can hopefully get some physical connections with our candidates, but also with us and you, so we can hopefully pull this together and make it work. So the 19th of March is when you would announce your superintendent. Next board meeting, we believe, is the 25th. That's where you'd approve the contract, and well before your spring break, you'd have a new superintendent, and Art could begin to work with them and work with you, and we'd have the goal is to have a smooth transition. So just an aside, we're getting a lot of interest. I probably spoke to 5 superintendents today, current superintendents, not that they're all interested in your job, but they're feeling that a lot of the same pains you are. I keep talking to superintendents and they say, this is the hardest I've ever worked. And they say, my boards are working hard, my teachers are working hard. So you're not alone. You're not alone. And I know the first part of this meeting was a big downer, it really was. But what we've heard since then has been really positive. The work you're doing with special ed and curriculum, and all the work you're doing with your K1 work with all that, it's exemplary. So keep up the good work, and hopefully tonight we can get this calendar going and get this kicked off and get moving, so we can get this job open and start really being aggressive in our recruitment. So any questions on the calendar at all? You've had quite a while to look at this, and hopefully it's okay. Okay, thanks, Chuck.
Yep, I think it looks good.
Okay,
And
so
I
just-
love that. I mean, we had talked about this earlier, but we really are in a prime spot to be doing this in terms of making sure we get a wide net out there and get the most interest in the job that we're posting. So I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah, and I think you're going to get you talked a lot about diversity in your EL learners tonight. You're going to get a diverse group of candidates, more so than when we did this search 5 years ago. You're going to have a more diverse group, not just male and female, but you're going to have people of color and a lot of diversity. So you'll have, our job's to make your job tough at the end when you have to get involved in the interview. And so that's what we want to do. And Peninsula is a good job. It's a good job, really is.
Yeah, it is.
So Wayne, you want to take over? It looks like I see some heads nodding. So I think it looks like we have a consensus to move forward. So that's great news. So
Perfect.
Wayne, why don't you talk about the brochure work a
Yeah,
little
the
bit?
rest of this goes pretty quickly. As you know, the brochure is an electronic document. We'll work with your public information staff and district staff and run it by the board and get a document that represents the district and the community. It lays out the application process, the look-fors, the criteria, the qualifications and characteristics you're looking for in the next superintendent that everybody's agreed upon and weighed in on. We email that to about 3,000 plus people all over the country that are on the Northwest Leadership Associates distribution list. And Mark and I use that document extensively in our targeted recruiting. If we find somebody that we think ought to be thinking about applying for this position, we send them an application form and a copy of that brochure, follow up with phone calls, emails, whatever it takes, meet with them for coffee if we can, and do whatever we can to get them to strongly consider applying for the position, particularly the ones that we think are the real high-flying candidates that we really want to take a look at. So that we'll get going on that. We use the focus group information to develop it, and then work with your staff to get the information about the community and the district that we want to best represent the district. And you've got plenty, great pictures and great story to tell, and so that'll come together nicely, and it'll represent the district and the community really well. Mark's going to talk about some of the input that we get into that process, and a little bit about some special questions we have about candidate qualifications, and then we'll wrap it up.
Yeah, I mentioned before, we want to get the electronic survey up and running next week. And we'll work with Tanya and Art and Chris to get that up. And we also want to start getting a link on your website, right on your front page. It says Superintendent Search. It's kind of a one-stop shopping where they would, that's where the brochure and the timeline and your special ed numbers, your free and reduced numbers, all that, your business and operations data would be in there, your test scores. That would be all in one spot for the candidates and for your community to see. We want to come in with the focus groups, and we're going to ask them 3 questions. We're going to ask you 3 questions when we meet with you. What's great? What can we brag about? What are the celebrations for your school district? I heard a lot tonight already. Number 2, what are the challenges a new SUP's going to have? Of course, I heard some of that too, but that may be gone by the time that new SUP comes. I hope Art gets that taken care of, right, Art? So, and the last question is what kind of attributes are you looking for in a new SUP? And we've done this. We just finished with one district. We've done this a couple times, and we get some really good input. And we're trying to limit the groups to no more than 20, so we can kind of manage it a little bit. And so Tanya's been a big help in putting that together, and we're thinking that'll go together. But that'll be November 4th, 5th, and 6th. We would be doing that. The candidate qualifications you might want to think about and start just thinking, do you want your new superintendent to reside in the district? Is it important that the education, do they need to have their doctorate? Do they need to have some kind of experience? In Washington State, and I think Deb and David already know this, in Washington State, you don't have to have a degree to be a superintendent. And so do you want them to have an education background, or does it matter? You kind of be thinking about those things. And I think the big one is the leadership experience, but also residency is always a big one. I mean, what if they lived in Port Orchard, or what if they lived in Tacoma? Are you okay with the superintendent living in those other communities and being your superintendent? So be thinking about that. I'll be honest with you. Most districts want their SUP to live in their district. And it comes down to kind of a basic thing, is that when the amount of work they do, the amount of hours they put in, they want to be close to the community and be involved in the community. They want to ingratiate themselves in the community. But when Joe taxpayer walks up and says, you want me to vote for the levy or the bond, and you don't live in the district and you don't even pay taxes, sometimes that can come back and haunt you. And in smaller districts like you guys, or smaller communities, sometimes that can. So just something to think about.
Mark, and that's feedback that we can give you when we meet with you individually as board members?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
And we can put that in the brochure. We can put that in the brochure. Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure. And we can use that when we recruit too. So, so Wayne, you want to talk about the recruiting process? Let's kind of work.
So we've already, as mentioned, we've already made some contacts. We've already heard from some people. So that's kind of already been launched, but we really hit it hard when the brochure is ready, because then we've got something to show people and we start working it. We've sent an email out to probably about 45, 50 people, just giving them a heads up that positions are coming open, and we want to be, talking to people and involved. So the applications come into us, come into Northwest Leadership Associates, and Mark and I vet the candidates. We kind of split them up and tag team them a little bit based on who knows who, where, and some of that. We vet them thoroughly. We check their social media presence. We Google them. We do all of that. And then when we get all of our information together, when it's time to meet with you and present the candidates, we share all that information with you. At that point, we start, once the names of the semifinalists are made public, we encourage you and others in the district and community to make contacts that you might have, so we can bring all of that information together. No surprises. Everybody has their own kind of network, and we have a very strong network, and we add to it with our other associates in our company. But people that we don't know, and you might have a relationship with somebody that will be more open with you than they might be with us. And so we want to capitalize on that and take advantage of it. So we hit that hard. We do a really good job with it, and you'll be pleased with the applicant pool we bring forward and the information that you have about them. As we get very close to the finish line and we get your 3 finalists, we'd also contract with another company, with an investigative company out of Spokane, to do a third-party background check that looks at their academic credentials, their resume stuff, and their financial background and criminal history, should they have one. So that's just another layer of due diligence that we do on behalf of you and the search. Questions about any of that? Okay, Mark, you want to bring it home with those last pieces?
Yeah, just the media piece. We would like to be kind of the spokespeople for the search, and you shouldn't have to be the spokespersons for the search, and getting the information out. Do we have a public information officer for the district?
Yes.
Is that you, Art?
No, that's Amy Gordon.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Wasn't Amy here before when we did it before?
No.
There's an
No.
Amy in South.
I brought up at our meeting, so yeah.
Oh, okay. Anyhow, we'll work with them to get the media information out. It shouldn't have to, communication shouldn't have to come with you. We talked about before, candidates should not be contacting you. Another thing to add on to what Wayne said, if you know of any candidates or people you want us to pursue, give us their names. We will pursue them. And when we have our one-on-one meetings, you can bring that up, and we'll look into pursuing those candidates. Your time commitment is pretty much front-loaded and back-loaded. All the time, the couple months in between when the job's posted, we're doing the legwork. You guys really, you've got a lot of things on your plate anyhow, but you shouldn't have to worry about the search. We'll give you the mid-search report. We'll kind of tell you, not the names, but kind of a description of who's applying, kind of a breakdown, who has their doctorate, how many minorities, male and female doctorates, whatever. So you're kind of spend your time at the start, and then at the end, at that last week or two, it gets pretty heavy, but the end result is you'll end up with a new superintendent, and you'll get a good one. You'll get a good one. So any questions or suggestions from you guys that we can take with us tonight? Yeah, Dave.
Well, I'm hoping that all of us will be very concerned about the search and make sure that we get a good candidate. Obviously, it's your job to go out and find that person. But I do hope that, that we don't put the cart in front of, the horse in front of the cart. I got that backwards. The cart in front of the horse, and we have too many people reaching out for the job before we really before you've talked to the board and met with the stakeholders, because, I want to make sure that we find a superintendent that fits the bill that we're looking for, and that people don't just flock here and assume they're going to be a front runner for the position. So I don't know if I said that quite right, but you are correct. We are further ahead than we were in the last process when we did this 5 years ago, 4 years ago, whenever. But I just want to make sure that you have a good opportunity to talk to at least at a minimum, to each individual board member and then the stakeholders before that brochure goes out.
Oh, sure.
I want to make sure it's,
It doesn't go out until the district tells us it's ready to go out. And that's after we've finished up with the board members and the focus groups, and you've looked at it probably back and forth a couple of times, and we'll make sure that happens. Something happen with me.
We are getting calls about the job. The word's out there already, even though it hasn't been publicly put out there. But there are people that are inquiring, but I'm telling them all until the brochure's done and the board's had a chance to approve that, there's nothing really other than letting them know it's a good job. It's all we're doing. Okay.
Good point, David. Other questions or comments from anyone?
Art have something?
Dr. Jarvis, what do you got?
Just Wayne and Mark, do you have any advice for the board in terms of social media and the people who want to Google everybody on earth and dig up information and what they should do with that information, et cetera?
If I had good advice on that one, I'd write a book on it. That's a challenge. And, the world gets moving pretty fast once information gets out. I don't know, it gets hard. It's hard to, I guess the advice would be, don't get caught up in it. Don't interact to the extent that you can avoid it. I don't know, what are you thinking? You might have some advice.
Oh, mine.
I don't live in that aura as much as maybe some of you do, but I think if anything, if you have any red flags that come up once we announce the candidate's name or something, you need to let us know and we'll investigate it for sure. But there's always going to be people that have their favorites and that, and they're going to be on social media, and it's in this day and age. I mean, we had one situation where they went back 30 years to what happened 30 years before with a person that ended up getting the superintendent job. So it's hard not to look at that.
If I could add my own, I guess behind the question would be, my recommendation would be to work directly with Wayne and Mark. If somebody's either sends something to you or however you're presented with information, hand it right straight to them. Don't bother to talk about it, check it out. Don't get yourself, that's what you're paying them for. And they get to handle some pieces a lot easier than any of you. So my recommendation would be just, don't do it yourself, but when somebody hands you this information, just send it right on to Wayne and Mark and let them deal with it.
Usually when we get that towards the end, after the names become public, we already know about it. And so we can say, yeah, we know that. We've looked into that. The board's aware of that, so we can.
Yeah.
But it's the trick is to be out in front of it to the extent that you can. And
that's a really good point, and we know we will definitely encounter that. Mark and Wayne, I encourage you really to meet up with Amy Gordon and make sure that her message is out on social media and whatnot, coincide with what the work that you guys are doing, so we're consistent with that. Please,
yeah, we will
get her tied in early.
Yep,
we will for sure.
Great.
Other questions or comments? Well, Northwest Leadership Associates, welcome and thank you. We look forward to this process. It was great last time, and we know that we're going to find an amazing superintendent to take us on. So thank you very much, and thanks for being our very lengthy meeting.
Yeah, and good luck to you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Okay. that. Thank you. I'm going to move on to board discussion and comments, and typically it's kind of updates of what we've done. And if you have things that you'd like to share, or that's great. But if there's additional questions that you have from the beginning of the meeting, from what Dr. Jarvis delivered tonight, this would be a great opportunity as well to ask those questions. Anyone want to start?
I'll start.
Natalie.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to echo what everyone else has said. I'm incredibly frustrated, and it's 9:30. I don't know if anyone is still watching us, but I think it's important to give a little bit of background that we're not just pulling numbers out of the air. These are not recent findings. Our numbers for both the Key Peninsula and Gig Harbor, essentially the Peninsula School District, have been significantly below Pierce County since this has started. And when I say significantly below, where Tacoma is at their 114, I think today, they're 14-day case rate per 100,000. We're in the 30s, and we have been below 75 since I think the 1st of August, below 50 since the 17th of August. No matter what is happening in Pierce County, we are staying in the range that is nearly bumping on safe to open all schools fully. And I think that's significant. I think Dr. Jarvis mentioned in a letter, and I think tonight we have a political border that ties us to one group. We have a physical border that ties us to another county, which is also their 14-day case rate is in the 40s and has been for some time. So I think it is important that we look at all of the numbers. Conversely, if our numbers were low and we had a raging illness just north of us in Port Orchard, I would be concerned for our safety as well if it were the flip side. I think it's important to consider that. I want to say thank you to our community, our staff. We have sat here month after month after month and asked for people to please wear your masks, wash your hands, get your kids up to speed on doing this. And this community has answered in a major way, and it's reflected in our numbers. I've talked to pediatricians who have said this is not okay. I'm seeing more cases of mental illness. I have seen one I spoke with last week, said we had 3 children in Pierce County sadly pass away from the flu last year. We have seen no real illness from COVID, and in his opinion, that's significant, and mine as well. Visiting schools over the past month has been such a joy, and it's not just because, like you said, because they're happy and they're laughing. It's because it's where they're supposed to be. We are charged with caring for our kids. It's our #1 priority. And I understand Dr. Chen has a singular focus as well. It's not the same. We have a singular focus. And I tell this to my family often. I don't often argue unless I really think I'm right. And I really think that we are right by having at least kindergarten and 1st grade back. And I am thinking back on all the conversations that I've had with teachers in those in-person classrooms. We have had teachers ask us not to go back to remote. So before we pivot back, I want to get some clarification. Is this a recommendation? Is this a mandate? Are private schools going to go back? If they're not, we're just driving that wedge farther and farther between what our kids are receiving. And I don't want to go and make this decision again without hearing from the people that we are asking to pull off this great task. If our kindergarten, our 1st grade teachers are passionate about remaining in the classroom, I think that says a lot as well, for what we can offer. I think it's significant that we haven't seen illness. I think it is incredibly significant that Dr. Chen sat on one of our meetings and said, your plan is solid, it's accurate, it's everything we're looking for. And when the numbers reflect that moderate zone, it's exactly what I'm looking for you to go back in person. It's a shift of a 5-mile difference, and it's arbitrary. It's not arbitrary. I get it. It's Pierce County, and we reside in that. But I am, as are the rest of you, incredibly passionate about this. I can understand pausing on moving forward and bringing more back. I think it would be devastating to return to remote for the people who are already there. So, okay, I'll pause, let someone else go.
Thank you, Natalie. And I don't know that there was question in there, but I actually did hear a question in there. And I think if Dr. Jarvis wants to address that, like, what are our options at this point as a board? What can we do?
I think for all practical purposes, they are the advocacy that we talked about. There is, I believe, an opportunity for us to stay open. I'm just not sure what it's going to take to unlock that from the top down or the bottom up or the sides or people we know. And I'm not at all embarrassed. One of the things that as I listened to John Yellowlee's, but really through the entire evening, I'm extraordinarily proud of the work that's been done here. It's not shabby work. It's really, really good work to make sure it was safe and to make sure it was what kids need and be able to move. So I am proud of that, and I don't want to see us go backwards. I don't want to see us have to recreate that. So I'm not ready to surrender yet, but at the same time, I need to make sure we're on a track for parents where I'm not waiting a week and then giving them 24 hours to figure out what to do, particularly knowing that for some of them, again, that's the childcare issue. It's it just is what it is. So I would say the number one thing is the advocacy and figuring out how do we extend our requests, our word, our plea. I don't want to, if you as a board want to have a document put together by one of you or some of you and do that as a board, we will get that out as fast as we can. But I don't want to lead you astray either, because I think the toughest thing of all is that you and I could say, we're going to fight this, we're going to stay open, we're not going to close. But if you have the health department making a statement that all districts should be closed in Pierce County at this point, it's going to be a hellacious kind of issue with staff. What are they safe and who do they believe and why do I have to report if it's not safe? And it's just going to run wild in an arena that you don't have a lot of control about. So I guess that's why I say I don't think we can just sit back and take a vote and say, no, let's not close. I think that presumes that our staff would all show up and feel good about that. And I'm not sure that's the way it would play.
Thank you.
I think I agree with that. I'm not prepared to take a vote. Oh, sorry. But I think on the flip side also, I don't want to say, hey, we're going to close without that staff input, because the overwhelming majority of those K-1 teachers I spoke to, I think want to be in person. But I can't speak for them. None of us can. I want to hear from them.
So Art, how do we get that staff input other than just calling on friends and teachers that we know?
I think in this case, we almost have to go through I'm thinking of the PEA, the leadership. I think if you try to do that sort of randomly and test the staff, it puts us in a very tenuous place in terms of staff and what's bargainable and what's what labor and industries wants for safety of employees. And I just wouldn't recommend to go there in a kind of a dipsticking in the district or inviting random comments. I think it would have to be one of the ways of doing it would be a couple of you sitting with us any way you want to do it, where we could work with Carol Rivera, for example, to say, how do we talk about these items? Yeah. How do we know where the staff is?
Okay. It's just, we've got OSPI saying, break up your regions if you've got numbers good. You've got CDC and the OSPA and LNI giving us guidelines, and we're following all of them. We've successfully brought it back. So I to Natalie's point, let's investigate the heck out of this and try to make it happen if we can. But I understand your warning, Dr. Jarvis.
And I have a 9:30 tomorrow morning. Carol Rivera and I will be talking with Dr. Chen together.
Okay, thank you. David, you're on mute.
Oh, I know, I've been waiting. Thank you. Well, I, for one, would be perfectly happy to take a vote, not tonight, but if there was a need for an emergency school board meeting next week to take a vote to keep our kids in school, I'd be definitely be in attendance at that meeting. I think it's, once again, as Deb alluded to, and we're getting mixed signals again. We have a state agency, the Superintendent of Public Instruction, saying that he believes we should have local control. And once again, we have Dr. Chen setting his own agenda, sitting up on his little mighty throne without a mandate, being a big, gigantic coward and not taking the weight off of us and making us make a decision and telling us, you can stay open if you want, but I don't encourage you to do it, because it's not a directive, it's not a mandate, at least not what I was told. He's going to make a suggestion, but not a directive. So I would encourage, I don't know how many people are watching this call, but I know you gave Dr. Chen's phone number earlier. I don't know if that's his work number or cell, but I think that we need to give Derek Young's cell phone number. We need to give Bruce Stanmeyer's cell phone number, put all that out there, and we need thousands of phone calls to Derek Young, Bruce Stanmeyer, our state representatives, saying we are not Tacoma proper in Pierce County. We are way low. We're doing everything right. Our staff, teachers, parents, everyone has put in so much effort. 30 days in, not one COVID case. We're doing it right. People are just 80% of our parents just said they want their kids back in 2nd and 3rd grade. We are making progress. I agree. Yes, I'm passionate, just like everybody else. And I'm really, really pissed off. And I would sign a board letter to Dr. Chen and OSPI and anyone else to send it to send a message that we want our schools to stay open. And I'm glad to hear that our most vulnerable, John's group won't be impacted terribly, but I think they'll still be impacted. And I think, this is short notice. It's going to be impactful to parents once again to have to pull their, I feel so bad for these young little students that have gotten back together with their friends and reconnected, and that Chen doesn't care about he's full of crap when he said he cares about them, that their social and emotional well-being is important to him. I don't believe him at all. And I just think this is political. And I'm really, really mad. And so I would support an emergency meeting. I would support a board letter. I'll support whatever we need to do. So
David, thank you. I think that the first steps that we need to take are, as Dr. Jarvis mentioned earlier, going after getting advocacy to our state government, to our Department of Health, both locally and state, and to OSPI. So I will take it upon myself to contact board members individually, pair up, and then we can get these letters generated and to these agencies that need to hear this message loud and clear. And I think we can put those together, David. So we will work on that. Lori?
Yeah, thank you, Deb. Well, as I've already said, I really strongly agree with Natalie and David and everyone that we've got to find a way to keep our kids in school, the kids that are there, and a way to get all of them into school in person. My question, and really you just touched on it, Dr. Jarvis, but I'm wondering if you might elaborate even a little more. Because I know how passionate you are about getting kids back in person. I know it, and we've seen it, and how much you're determined. You have been, you've never wavered in that. And to me today, with this news from the Department of Health, you seem much more resigned than before. That's maybe not the right word, but which causes me to want to ask you directly, what would you say to those who suggest that we just disregard this suggestion from the health department, or disregard this latest, it's not a mandate, but word from Dr. Chen and the Board of Health, and just open schools anyway? What you mentioned, that you could foresee a hellacious staffing situation, but are there other things? Because I know there must be, because I know you want school open more than anyone.
So I think there are at least two, if not three. One of those is the liability of the board and the district. So the question will be, if and when you've got the health department that's in this jurisdiction saying that it's not safe for it's not safe to have kids in school for in-person, and then something happens. It can be an illness, it can be a positive test, it can be a debilitating hospitalization, it could be a death. The district and the board will be in a very, very difficult position. It's not that it wouldn't be, I guess, defensible, but it would start with really the reality. If you could picture the trial, and if you could picture the testimony, it is so you knew, you were being told by the chief health authority that this was not safe, and you did it anyway. So you've got a liability. One of the things that was said today, I don't think I said it to you earlier, but in the conference with superintendents at midday today, one of the people who happened to be there, because he was going to be reporting on something else, was the lobbyist for a number of the Pierce County school districts. And so he listened to the full conversation, and he said, if you think that something's going to change in the legislature, he said that there are two major lobbies that are going to absolutely oppose this. One of which is the Trial Lawyers Association. And he said they've already taken a stance that as far as the schools and the liability or any release from liability for operating during the pandemic, they will oppose violently any change, because they feel that that's taking a risk with their clients, et cetera. So one of the things there is the risk management pool and what they're trying to suggest, what they're able to do, and how far they're able to go to defend this. If in the case of this, where I would just say override it, we're going to open the schools, there's nothing to worry about. The reality of that one is that it puts you in a very precarious position as a board. You have individual liability that goes beyond what the insurance would even cover. And when I say that individual, I don't mean to scare you as school board members, but school board members have individual liability, and they can go after your family, your possessions, your personal world. So it's not one where you take a chance and say it's insignificant, but let's do it anyway. The second piece really is that you've got your local teachers, you've got your local teacher association, and then you have a state association, a WEA. WEA has adamantly, from day one in this whole thing, taken the position that this is the safety of their members being considered. And you see why the majority of the districts have been unable to achieve an MOU or get to where we are. And I don't mean, I'm not trying to dump on teachers, because I think the teachers have made our K-1 beautifully successful, and it's them. But there is a statewide organization that is not interested in softening the rules or weakening the position. L&I, Labor and Industries, has taken a position that they have not moved one part of 1 inch from day one on this. They have gone to high risk. They're about protecting the employees. I heard today that they had sent an investigator out to one of the districts that was alleged to have violated some L&I rule having to do with the coronavirus and COVID-19. So you're right on the edge of a very difficult one when you're dealing with L&I. They have one view of the world, and that is, have you taken every step absolutely required to protect an employee from danger and risk. So you have and you have the reality, I guess, the third piece, that it is there's no doubt that sooner or later we'll have an illness. I think if this is what it is and what we're seeing, no matter how well people have taken care of themselves, there will be somebody that is exposed. It will be positive. It may be a staff member, it may be a child. And when that happens, how do we really just protect you and the district from being reckless and recklessly avoiding what's being shared with us as far as the health and safety. So I'm trying to paint a picture that is very difficult if in fact instead of a directive, if somebody came in and said, you are going to be closed because this is the situation in your district, you get to say, okay, they've got the authority, they can close us. If in fact they say it is unsafe and it's your decision and you decide to move ahead, you will be in a immediate exposure that's very difficult. So I guess I'm not trying to be despondent. I want to be advocating with everything in me, but at the same time, I believe that the way this one's coming down, it's sort of the worst of the situation in terms of how that lands on the board and the district in being able to say it's wrong. It's a bad decision, but it's not a decision that I can override easily. And as you can see, Dr. Chen and the Tacoma Pierce County Health Department didn't have any qualms about immediately rejecting the state superintendent's request and say, no, we don't think that's right. We think it's not safe. So I don't know if that covers it, Lori. I'm not trying to surrender. I'm the one, while we've been talking, I've had communications from 2 of our other districts that are in our situation in this Pierce County, and they're all commiserating right now of it feels like there's no good way to fight this except doing what we're talking about, and that's trying to get some people to agree on better decision than this one.
It's frustrating because we wouldn't have sent kids and teachers back into the classrooms if it wasn't safe. And we did that by following all of the guidelines that we needed to. And our numbers have not changed locally. So it's just frustrating when, because of Pierce County numbers, we're in this situation. But you know, I do get it, and I do get the exposure that we have. And Dr. Jarvis, can you clarify too? I mean, I know us personally, but if the district were to have a lawsuit or something, it would ultimately fall on the taxpayers, correct? I mean, if it was significant enough, or is there?
It would be like most situations, you'd have a certain amount of insurance coverage. And when I say insurance, it's our risk management pool. So we self-insure with the other school districts. So they would be covered up to a certain amount if there was a judgment against us. Then there's a reinsurance that takes in even larger settlements. And then at some point you run out of that. And if the settlement's very large, then it becomes one of that would come out of the district or out of whoever was being judged to be liable for that beyond the insurance. Mm-hmm. So you're talking big numbers, and I'm assuming in a worst case scenario, that would mean a death of somebody, a child, for example, and the belief that that was our doings because we ignored the health department.
Well, I would like to continue with discussions with our teachers and other organizations. We're here because of our teachers, and I'd like that that relationship to continue, and we all work together to get there. So hopefully that is the awesome work that you continue to do, Dr. Jarvis, with them. And
I'll be talking with Carol Rivera and that group if there's any possibility whatsoever that they would be hand in hand with us to say our local numbers would support our decision and they'd be willing to support that. That would give us a huge step up in being able to figure out how do we tackle that. I guess I'm just reticent to believe that's probably the outcome, because I don't think that would be the advice they would get from their attorneys.
Gotcha. Yeah, if you've got people back in the schools, can they sign waivers saying
No.
we hold harmless?
The first thing they'll tell you is that any waiver that's signed isn't worth anything.
All right.
It goes to court because the parent can't really waive the rights of the child in that kind of situation. So for all practical purposes, the waiver is something that feel better, but it has no really good legal standing.
Okay. Well, we look to having you keep us posted. If we have Chuck, I know you have a question. Sorry.
Yes. So a little bit of a comment first and then a question. So when you look at the numbers that are on the health department website, the testing for the last 2 weeks is the highest it's been throughout the whole period. So they're testing 1,700 people a day for the last 2 weeks. That's the highest testing numbers they have done. The positivity rate is still below 4%, or right now it's hovering right at 4%. We've gone the longest span in the whole pandemic without a death in the last 2 weeks. So we haven't had a death since 2000 or since the 12th. All the other numbers indicate that we're doing fine. The testing, because they've ramped up the testing, now the numbers are up. It seems like we should be able to go in there, and this is where I get into the question. What Chen has done is not necessarily a mandate, so I don't know that we could challenge him legally with these numbers. I mean, it's easy when you look at these numbers to go, we're doing good. Even the whole county is doing pretty well when you look at the positivity rates and the increase in testing and the death rates, and even the hospitalizations are down. I guess my question is, could we legally challenge him in court? Could we, I don't know if we can file an injunction, or I don't know if there's anything we could do, because it's not really a mandate.
And I'm going to be careful not to be your attorney on this one, but I'm going to suggest that yes, you can challenge. Would you be successful in that one? He's hanging his hat on the decision tree. The decision tree came out of the state level, and that number at that 75 per 100,000. So we're now above that. And he would be challenging whether or not he has to follow that. And his answer would be,
that's where we get into, I can always be over 75 if I test more people. If I continue to test more people, I can always be over 75, even a year down the line. I'm sorry.
No, but that's the number. And because that's a decision tree wasn't set up by Dr. Chen, it was set up by the combined state health authority, I think you're going to play, you're just going to play hell trying to say that that's his mistake to try to implement that on us, when in fact they've agreed that if you're in a high range, they recommend that you be fully remote with only small groups.
Yeah, and I assume that. I just want to mimic what everybody else. I'm so frustrated when I look at the data and the facts. The way this is set up, it's like playing the cup game. They're just moving it. They're moving it around on us. And
well, Chuck, I think we can articulate some of these points in some letters and get some letters out to the different groups to see what we can do there. I mean, I get it. We all feel this pain, and we all are frustrated. So let's try to take some action on that and see what we can do. And in the meantime, I know that Dr. Jarvis and district and PEA and all that will work through their channels as well. So
I promise you, I haven't given up yet.
I don't think that's in your DNA. So I would like to end on a positive note. One shout out to anyone that you'd like to. Natalie?
Can I just shout out, Lori and I had the chance today to go hang out at Chapel Hill High School homeroom, and it was fantastic. So I just thank our community partners for finding creative ways to support kids. There were middle school, high schoolers, and college kids in there doing their Zooms together, playing sports. They were totally safe, totally engaged. It was a joy to see. And very quickly, just a shout out to communities and schools. That is such an important organization. I just wanted to plug them. They're doing their annual fundraiser. So if anyone has the capacity to participate in that, I highly encourage you to check out their website and their Facebook page. They are working for our students harder than ever. When we're closed, they are putting in overtime. So
their birthday bash this year is it's a virtual casino night, and so you can still participate, and that's a huge fundraiser for the year. So had to go.
November 7th, I think. Let's be there. Yeah. Thank you. Lori, quick shout out.
Quick shout out. Every teacher that I know well enough to know what their lives normally look like is working, more than twice as many hours as normal. And I just want to say that we recognize that and see that, and you guys are just crushing it. And I know it's just incredibly challenging times, but the kids are thriving online and in person. But I mean, we discussed the merits of one versus the other, but the kids who are online, some of them are thriving due to the creative efforts and the countless hours of their teachers. And that is not going unnoticed. It takes twice as long to figure out something that you've never done before. So keep it up, and we support you.
Thanks, Lori. Chuck? Oh, Dr. Jarvis?
I want to give one, it's really to the community, but I'm going to also reference Mr. Olson. You may know he's part of the Gig Harbor Foundation. And he calls me up last week, Tuesday night, that they've got food to hand out to families, 25 pounds each for 250 families. And by the way, it's the next morning. So I don't know exactly what took place. My phone calls went to people like Hugh Maxwell, and he was in turn talked to somebody from the community and schools, and they touched bases. But before I knew it, in about an hour's time that next morning, I got the message it was all taken care of. All the food was being distributed, and none of it had gone to waste. David, you may know more about the inside story, but I was just impressed with this community. They took that opportunity, and as far as I know, all of that food got distributed with no lead time whatsoever. And while you don't recommend that as a way of operating, it ended up being exactly what you would hope for, and that's food for families and kids. So David, it was an unusual challenge because it was about 4:30 that night. And but by the next morning it was taken care of. Thanks, David.
I'll go next then. So Chuck, I'll go next. So yeah, we had our board meeting, or we had an emergency board meeting last week when we heard about this opportunity to give out all these food kits to families in need. And we were having, this is people, you know, like Judd Morris and Julie Gostansky. And we were trying to figure out, brainstorm quickly on how we could pull this together. And I just knew of someone that over in Tacoma that had refrigerated trucks, and during the meeting, I'm texting him and he's saying, yeah, you can use my truck. And someone else was saying they have a pickup, you know, and it just came together in an hour. And I said, well, let me see if the school district can get kids involved. Obviously, from a privacy situation, we couldn't know who those people were. But last week we gave out 250 food kits to needy families. And then yesterday I spent most of the day out on the Key Peninsula at Camp Seymour, handing out more food kits. So that was really rewarding to watch all those people. And then today we gave out a bunch more. So 250 kits last week, 350 this week. And then we're going to do it one more time next week. So it's really special. And I really, like you said, the community came together really quickly to make that happen. And I'm really proud of them. Thank
Quite the
you.
tribute.
That was my good thing.
Yay. Chuck, shout out.
Well, I just have to continue the what you all have been saying, and that's the community, the parents who have been working with us. And I know there's a lot of them struggling out there, and I know that some of the kids aren't really meant for remote learning, but the parents are really giving it a try, and they're working hard. And I get a lot of encouragement out there when I'm around the community to get our schools open, and I hear the stories from the parents and all the things they're doing to try and make it work. And everybody, the whole community, the Civic Center, the Key Peninsula Civic Center down in Vaughan last week gave away coats and clothing for winter, and everybody out there is really participating and doing a great job. So,
Awesome. Thank you. And now a real quick shout out to, and we've always, thanks to Dr. Jarvis and staff and principals and teachers, and because they've all done just amazing work. And like Lori said, tireless hours or countless hours. I want to shout out to the office staff in each of the schools. They're getting bombarded with every question and rethinking every process. And I just thank that group so much. They are sometimes the pulse of a school, and they take it all on. And so thank you to them. Your work is noticed and appreciated. So with that, there is no executive session tonight, and there's nothing further. This meeting is adjourned at 10:01.